Good morning, everybody. How are you doing out there? I hope you are doing well on this fine Monday. We are just about to be getting started, but before then, I would like you to ponder the great orb of fire in the sky for a second. Ponder its fieriness and its floatiness. Behold its majesty. Burn out the retina. Wait, maybe don't burn out your retinas. We will get started now. I'll press this button. Oh, no. As you can see, I've been enjoying the spice, and I can do this. Good morning, everybody. I hope you are doing well. It is great to see you. I'm doing well, thank you, Troytech. Yeah, doing good. I went to war with my office at the weekend, so things might change in here. The primary change is I've given myself about a foot or a foot and a half more space, which is nice. I think I deserve more space. How is everyone doing? How was everyone's weekends? I know that obviously it's a Monday morning and therefore it's a natural affront to reality. But I want to see how everyone's doing. Well, Luke Skelton, thank you very much for that support over on YouTube. I know I've been chatting away to you while the stream's been getting started, but yes, the goal for YouTube is to get to 1,000 subs where I can do a lot more with the channel. We're now at 405, so we're getting there. We're at 40% of where we want to be. I've not focused on YouTube content, but it is something I want to do long term. So, yeah. So today we are going to be doing some deep desert spicing. We're going to, you know, have some fun. We're going to, there's potentially a PvE place I want to do. There's potentially some PvP stuff I want to do. There might be a base they've left unguarded. You know how we feel about unguarded bases. No spice. I'm definitely not looking for spice, by the way, chat. Anyone who's asking, I'm not looking for spice. I'm just, research. Yeah, we're just researching. We're just researching spice. We're spice enthusiasts. Spice research is very important. Good morning to all of you. It is absolutely lovely seeing all of you as always. Hope you are doing well. I'm very sorry to hear that, Beckador. I'll be honest with you, after my issues in hospital in 2022, I had quite a few hospital flashbacks, so it took a while. So I hope that you recover soon from that, buddy. It's not easy. Hospital flashbacks are real, and I don't think people think about them that often. Hello to everybody. Spook, yes, we are likely to do some spice things. Verbiter, why wait until you're dying? Do it in advance. Leave a note blaming some random person. Choose them in advance and have the fun. I do have that, Luke Skelton. It's almost like it even posts itself every half an hour. You need to come out with a crawler or a carrier or both. Neither at the moment. I don't have a spice sphere for you. And that means that I need a carrier pilot. Small Might, what are you still doing away? What are you still doing up, Small Might? If I recall correctly, you're on a time zone where you should be sleeping. Hello, Heshman, how are you doing? Hello from Denmark. Well, hello from the UK. Baby girl, such a goodie. So it's none of the I bands. How come every time I'm waiting I choke? For those of you who are wondering what's happened to the room that I'm in, if I can probably show you by activating the cat cam, that I got rid of my shelves. I went to war with my shelves and decided that they could fuck off. I kept this one. So you've got beans, the swords, and you can see the Warhammer pile of shame going up to the ceiling. Don't worry about the perspective here. If you feel motion sick, that's intended. That's intended game design. As you can tell, definitely wasn't doing any drilling right before the stream when I put the blue screen up. No, definitely couldn't have been something I did last minute. The plan will be eventually, I say eventually, at some point this week to turn so I'm facing that way. Because that means I can put the cat tree in the corner, more space for B. I can give him a ramp that goes up to his favorite window so he can sit on the windowsill. I can have better soundproofing. I can probably shut the door and cut the bottom off. I can put the green screen in from the kitchen so that we can have some fun with that. As you know, obviously we can't afford the high level technical things that, you know, Thor can, but we can try our best. Sindri, thank you very much for the tier 3 sub. It's absolutely huge of you. 4 months of support at tier 3. You're an absolute legend. Thank you. I can turn that way now. You know what? You're right. I'm just bye chat. Yeah, but maybe there's still hope. Yeah, but maybe there's still hope. Yeah, how come every time I'm buying, sorry. Thank you for the lurk. The hair is long and floofy and getting longer. It is indeed. Thank you. Thanks, G. I still don't really know how to deal with it. I'm gonna be honest with you. It's not a very as long as you don't make eye contact and you say no chrono, you're fine, James Brown. That's how that works. Yeah. No chrono. No chromo is you know, when you're talking to your fellow machine brothers and you don't want silver metal, you want black metal for stealth, you say no chromo, please. Very different. Very different. I understand why you'd want to ask. Victorious. We'll go to Foxtrot 4. What? Heshman, thank you very much for that tier 1 sub, buddy. That support is really, really kind of you. Enjoy your subs. Enjoy your subs. Sorry, enjoy your Bailey emotes and enjoy the sub badge. You're now dough. You are rising. Just be worried in case you get eaten. Good morning, false Sasquatch. Foolish Sasquatch. God, my brain is fried. Ugh. If you do an IRL for 35 minutes and you fly your crawler out to E-base again, I mean, we don't even have a guaranteed spice food. Jordo Monster, thank you very much for the 3 months with Prime. Enjoy your bread roll icon. You have risen. I uploaded the 6-month icon today, so some of you are 2 months away from seeing that. How goes the tuning? The tuning goes very, very well, thank you. I mean, we're out looking for a spice field. If we've got one, great. If we haven't got one, then I'll be sad. I just remembered that I forgot something. Close your eyes and know you must. I can wait. It can wait. How do you join the Dune servers? !Dune Discord, and you are free to join any of the servers in there. You can go to !Dune Discord, and then you can look at in-game server information, I think is the full name of the channel. Somebody has been harvesting this and didn't do a very good job of this field. This disappoints me. I'm sad to see it, chat. Whoever did this, poor showing. Look at the amount of wasted spice in the middle that's going to be cleaned up. Disappointed. Hello, Dax. How you doing, bud? I'm going to be honest with you. This was an awful job, whoever did this. You need to learn about going slow over the middle. That's horrifying to see. I understand that, Dax. Yeah, I feel that. Hello? Are you confused about the room? Yeah, you're gonna check everything out. Hi, Bailey. Eve, you were in here earlier. You've got to pretend you haven't seen it all, haven't you? Now? Yeah, hello. Do you want to go back to where we started? Back before we were broken hearted. Who's a little baby? Yes, it's you. You're the smallest baby, aren't you? He was very, very cute this morning. You've had a whole weekend of Bitcraft. 32 of your empires were under. Did you win, Dax? Are you winning, son? Do you need to bring out streamer powers? Because happy to assist. What size are you for the carrier? You want realistically a 7x4 area for the carrier. Okay, Sherpa, you need to make sure that your friend goes over those areas twice, because you've left a huge amount of spice on the field. I won't leave him alone. No, if I will teach somebody how to sandcrawler correctly, you only went over the key areas once. You've wasted a lot of spice. Yeah, Bailey's been putting up some shelves. As you can see, he's got his tools out. I'm not quite sure how he uses an electric screwdriver, but very interesting. B's favorite tool is a sledgehammer. Very, very good with them. Die inside, I'm like any... Who's a lovely cat? Yeah, but Sherpa, I'm going to be clear with you. If I was on the field and saw you doing that, I would rocket you. Because it's that spice waste. Significant spice waste. Hello, Rusty. How are you doing, bud? Good to see you. Hi. Yeah. Hello. Who is a little floofmeister? Actually, you know what? While I wait for the day to get started, we will start with a nice leisurely run of Foxtrot 7. Which is the opposite of leisurely, because these are actually very difficult to do. So we are going to switch our abilities up for that. And we'll also take Compel. No, we probably want, if it's solo, we probably want the turret still. You try to do it again solo? I mean, the worst thing that happens is I die again, right? You don't have to, Luther. The offer is obviously there, but I can do this solo. Oh wait, I think I need to make a respawn beacon first. Look, Rusty, if you've got endless panic, then that's not a problem. Endless panic is just your body wanting to get stronger, right? Sure, that's what we're gonna say. no, let's take those back, actually. You're a good boy, aren't you? Yeah, you are. Meow, meow. Hello. You've got food, and I know it. I fed you twice already this morning. You cute little bubba. Went to stretch my legs this morning, and all of a sudden, there was a cat. Why is there a picture of me behind me? Because it's me in spice mode. I can get rid of it if it's confusing. See, look, you know, I'll update it to the live version. Hi, baby. You want me to check your food bowl? I'm just going to show him his food bowl, chat. Give me 1 second. Where are we going? What we doing? He's such a big bean. He didn't actually want food after all that. What he actually wanted was to be shown outside and given a belly rub on the path, because apparently somebody has put some shelves out there and he wants to show me. You know what? At this point, fine. Oh, you're trying to get yourself through Borderlands 3 so that you can enjoy all the parts of Borderlands 4. Is that how that works? Oh, well, Midnight, I appreciate you hanging here if you're, even if you're trying to avoid watching Borderlands 4. Right, there should be at least a couple of enemies in this room. If there's not, then someone might already be here. Nope. Okay. Okay. Well, I'm not going to look a gift horse in the mouth. What are you guys? Are you guys waiting for the loot again? Look, chat, loot goblins. Kira and somebody else. Rags. Nice sword. Nice sword. You guys are gonna need the key. If you've been in here for... If you can't get out, that means you've been in here for longer than an hour. Are you loot farming? Are you guys loot farming? What kind of person would loot farm, honestly? Grapevine, she's everything I'm not. Whoa. He's a pro and I'm a convict, caught red-handed trying to hold on. They haven't placed respawn beacons and logged off to farm the thing. That is very true, yes. Can't stand still when I'm lighter than air. Oh, you're back. So small. Hi. Yeah. You've just come in from outside. And you want to sit on the windowsill. But you were outside. Cats. You want me to open the window even though you were just sat outside? I just want to be clear what you're asking me, B. Who's a big baby? You're a big baby. I'm gonna boop this. Boop. Okay, okay, I'll open it. Stop tapping it. Giving me a heat stroke. She's a hit song and a non-awake nut. I go high, let show be. He's just sitting there now with the window open. He's just gone out of the window. Despite the fact that the front door is actually still open. I left the front door open for him. Excuse me, I'm just hanging out. Thank you. So I let her go. Suddenly I was the bad guy. I don't know how long ago they cleared this, that's the question. Plays an evil villain, calls herself a hero. Feels secure inside tonight. He's a hit song and a not a weak note. I go high. A watched pot never... That just takes me back to Auntie Donna. You can't say a watched pot never boils without me thinking of the Auntie Donna sketch. And if you don't know, chat, what the Auntie Donna sketch of a watched pot never boils is, you're missing out on a psychohazard. Auntie Donna. D-O-N-N-A. Hello, Shadow Wolf Lukey. Thank you very much for the kind words, bud. Now, if they are stuck, I am a mage. I do have Evictus Person as a spell. As you can see, the spell is very effective. You can be my archangel. Ooh. You could be my archangel. Ooh. Welcome back from the ad break, everybody. I hope that you are all doing fantastically today. I know today is a Monday, and therefore is naturally +5 on the upsetting scale for the week. But I will be here with you. We will meme. We will abuse the mods slightly. You know, all of the normal things that a streamer does. Is there lasagna? Yeah, sure. We could have lasagna today. Oh, I'd love a good lasagna, actually. That'd be nice. One second, chat. There we go. Put my own heating back on. Let's do that. You called in sick. We got rid of work from a home Citrix client through our home PC. Your boss suddenly moving mountains to get the ability to work from home instead of calling in sick. I really hate this whole fucking return to office mandate. Unfortunately, I was involved in reasonably high level of leadership within a large firm, and some of the conversations that I saw around why people should return to work after COVID made me feel physically unwell. The primary reason, I'm going to be honest with you, that most large firms wanted people to return to the office came down to the fact that they had paid large leases for large corporate buildings and they wanted to get their money's worth out of them. That's not a good reason to make the fact that you've committed to an expenditure is not a good reason to force your staff to come into an office. That's already a sunk cost. You've got a sunk cost fallacy there. You're literally just making your staff less productive and less happy in their roles because you've already fucked up and signed a long-term lease that you probably shouldn't have signed if you didn't have the appetite to work from that location long-term. Go down with that. Does your base... Wait, what is this? Does your base ever piss you off so much that you get the urge to demolish it and start from scratch? No, because that's when I tell Luther off. The trick is, at that point, it becomes Luther's fault. Even if I made the base, it's really neat like that. Because Luther taught me to make bases, and therefore I can now automatically blame Luther if I ever fuck it up. Oh, and you see life according to Bird. Senior management need to work from home to cope with the rigors and stresses of management. Yeah, we wouldn't understand it, us lowly corporate peons. So I'm going to guess that person who was stuck inside of the, inside of the, what's it called? That Deep Desert Research Base just hadn't picked the key up. Next thing you know, two of us slowly drifting somewhere new. Spore, but don't see how we'd make it through. You're not doing any work to go back to work? No, I can't imagine you would. If you're sick, you are sick. Like, that's how that works. Well, the thing is, a lot of them often do need those gigantic bonuses because they're silly. And when your tank grows and you have more money, put the money into saving. Save more. Be smart with it. Don't spend to the size of your tank, to the size of your income, because that's not sustainable. And so they do actually need these giant bonuses because they've not been smart with the money they've made before, most likely. One thing I've seen over anything, like, more senior management seem to get into financial troubles or feeding issues than lower level employees, mostly because I think lower level employees are scared to get in trouble inside the job. And so if they do anything wrong outside of life, they're fine. But whereas management, because you're such a valued asset to the company, you are generally, the company will actually help you out with it sometimes, which is just wild to me. This is the third time you've come back in. You're just enjoying the fun now, aren't you? You're just a big baby. You're such a lovely cat, aren't you? Do or die. Hello, Gerbil. I'm doing great, thank you, bud. How are you doing? Bodies in the building. Well, exactly. It saves them security money on a building they've already put a load of money in they don't actually need. If you don't need to be in person in office, you don't need to be. Like, it's that simple. Lilithian, thank you very much for the resub at tier 1. 3 months and many more to come. Well, that's very kind of you. You're a legend. I appreciate you. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you for that love and support. I really appreciate all of you who choose to hang out and sub and stuff. It's awesome how I can get up on a Monday morning and be positive and happy. You notice some construction in the background. There is indeed. I decided to go to war with my office and give myself much more space, so I can now reach all the way behind me without hitting the wall. I got rid of my shelves that were in the corner. I got rid of my shelves that were behind me, and I just kept the one that's next to Bailey that you can see the bottom of, because that's now full of Warhammer. It's my pile of shame. What I will likely do is turn around, because if I'm faced that way, I can be louder. I can soundproof that wall better. It's an external wall, so I can wall mount things like cameras and screens. I can get a better desk, which isn't 65 centimeters high, and I hit my knees on the bottom of it all the time. So we're likely going to do some office rebuild at some point. Are you going to have a lie down in the hallway? Okay. Well, exactly midnight, which levels out location-based pay discrepancies and disparity, generally meaning a fairer level of pay across the country. Do I have anybody who's willing to come on and fly a carrier? Because no one's showed up. But like 3 people saying they were going to come and help. I just kind of need to know, because if not, then I'll go out crawler harvest. I'll go out thumper, not thumper harvesting, compactor harvesting. Oh, hi Sabu. As soon as I mentioned having somebody to come and fly, Sabu arrives. Suspicious. Highly suspect. I just need a pilot. In fact, do I even need a pilot? I probably do need a pilot. I can't see any, like, sand around it. Now that yeet worked to my, like, very much in my favor. This isn't smart, but it's funny, so worth. So that won't have caused any worm aggro, chat. That's the important thing to remember. No worm aggro caused by just landing that there. I don't know why I just took full damage getting up on top of this vehicle, but fine. Midnight, I fully agree with you. Like, if you suffer from things like ADHD, especially if you're unmedicated, being in the workplace is disproportionately impactful upon your work scale. No, I'm not doing anything of the sort, Luther. You wouldn't catch me doing something so silly and risky, would you? I love spice. Yep, that's always the way I was. I was always more effective watching, you know, like the news roll in or watching a bunch of feeds on the side and being productive than I was just working on just a spreadsheet endlessly. Now I'm not causing any more worm aggro. This is premium spice for harvesting. No, I'm not. I'm a spice enthusiast, not a spice immersive. Who was flying around in that scout thopter as well? Because you could be a pilot. If you can fly a carrier, then you can repair a Royal Navy destroyer. If you can fix a skateboard, you can fix a satellite laser beam designed to eviscerate species. Nope. If you can harvest a small spice belt, then you can harvest a ringmouth. If you can harvest a ringmouth, you can be an engineer in the Royal Navy. Anxiety. I need to join the army. I'm gonna be real with you. Like, I nearly joined the UK army. There's a section of the army called the Adjutant General Corps, which is where the army legal services are housed. And had I been physically well enough, that was the path I wanted to take. You fill the storage with melange sweet solo crawling medium south of the line. So be it. If that works for you, it works for you. I'm impressed. Well, exactly, Midnight. You're talking about process-based. You have to do it, but you have to do it this way because I say it. Versus, I don't care what you do as long as you get the job done to the proper standard. He's actually licking his legs, but I know what you mean. Okay, I need a spice flyer. Or I need a crawler pilot, one of the two. I'm disappointed in this field and I need to repair it. I'm getting spice OCD. Oh, spice D. Obsessive spice disorder. Wait, I'm not obsessive and it's not a disorder. I can't do both. I'm gonna be real with you. I'm not solo harvesting this. That's a bad move. I just need a pilot. But I really want to harvest it. Thor is playing Borderlands 4. He doesn't want to harvest spice. Good time zone, the chorus. How are you doing, buddy? Great to see you. You can help, Freya, if you want. If you can fly out here, you can pilot the carrier if you really want. I'm fine with that. You can pilot the crawler even. Are you online, Freya? Have you sent me a friend invite? I'm doing good, thank you, Chorus. How are you doing, buddy? It hasn't been ordained today. I haven't said anything about today. There's no date on it, just next time Thor is harvesting. I'm not making Thor get onto a game he doesn't want to play to do it. Let's be real. That's not how this works. Stop. That's not fun at that point. That's just that's bait for content. That's just bait content. Not fun. Bait. Ugh. Okay, send me a friend request in the game and I can get the permission set up for her. Yep. Thor will come back to Dune when there's content that he wants to play. It will likely be a few months. I'm gonna be real with you. This is not his kind, like sandboxes like this are not Thor's necessarily Thor's gameplay. Like he was never a Rust player. He's never enjoyed DayZ. He's never been one of the big kind of like sandbox game, like never really enjoyed Rust. Like it's not, that's what I would say this is like now. There's a level of PvP, but realistically it's more like PvE with PvP elements to it in certain areas. Like it's not. There we go, Frey. If you fly out to my location, I can send you one of these. I can then do like, yeah. Excuse me. I didn't say you could go there, but fine. I guess whatever. But you know what? Fine. 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 No, but crowdsourcing a movie seems like a weird shout. You're having fun in AOC? I wasn't. I was very upset with the last AOC proposal, to be honest. AOC's in a very disappointing position, in my opinion. Yeah, I agree. 8 months ago, I was very positive about the game. The game was in a much better state 8 months ago. I'll be real with you. The game has gone backwards, I think, since that. They've been focusing on releasing new areas and new bits of the map, but functionally, there are very few new enemy types. there are very few good changes. Adding 3,500 items and crowing about how much work you've done, but 95%, if not more, of those items are the same item just reskinned, or not even reskinned, they're just the same item, and you now use them in every single bit of crafting. It was a waste of everyone's time and effort and energy. Having to go buy a stupid craft reagent genuinely killed crafting for me. The only fun part of AOC that remained for me was gathering. If I wanted to go and gather, real talk, I would go and reinstall New World, because ultimately New World's gathering was better than Ashes of Creations. The sound variation is better, the quality of it, the interaction, the rarity system is all better inside New World, which is by itself not a great game. How long am I waiting for? New World items that add, yeah, well, exactly, crafting, and you could increase your quality of gear very easily inside New World to get better, better loot, better harvesting, if I recall correctly. So like it was just a more engaging crafting system all around. And I think that's the point. You need to make systems engaging. Ashes haven't done that. None of their systems are actually that engaging. The only thing that we've tested comprehensively has been combat. And that's because we've been forced to do the level up wipe, like the level up wipe 3-4 times now. This time around, there were people on the US server who managed to get to level 20 within 2 days. Sorry, 25 within 2 days, were fully geared because the monsters they were killing were getting drops. They've been being fed inside information from the devs. We're in a position with Eve where, oh, you're still 13 kilometers. Oh my god. Okay, Freya. Last time you played New Worlds in the 6 months of release, would it be worth you check out again? I've not played it since release. That's what I mean. But even at release, New World's crafting was better than Ashes of Creations is now. If you guys haven't played New World, I would suggest playing it if you can, because the crafting system was quite fun, and it's often on offer. If you have played it, you'll know what I mean. You'll know that the sound was quite nice, that when you cut down a tree, it echoed around all of the remaining terrain. It echoed around the area. When you were harvesting nodes, for like mining, you could hear the sound of the pickaxe and it would echo. It would properly react off of the environment around you. Okay, are you coming up? Are you wanting a cuddle? Less fun solo than Dune? Well, yes, I think less fun solo than Dune, but I'm not comparing Dune. I'm comparing Ashes of Creation. I know, you want attention and fuss, don't you? You're so funny. Bro, it doesn't look like that you're flying here. Is everything okay? I mean, yeah, that's what it comes down to. I've been playing Dune for, what, 3 months, 2 weeks, 3.5 months now? First time here is Dune, similar to Lost Ark, worth switching from WoW. It depends on what it is that you enjoy from WoW. I'm going to be real with you. World of Warcraft's a very unique game, and it has a lot of depth and a lot of content in it that, other games can't hope to match because it's 20 years of development. So it depends on what it is inside WoW that you enjoy. So if you can... What is it that you like about WoW? What is it that you liked about Lost Ark, Pausch? Because if you can tell me what you liked about Lost Ark, I can talk to you about it. Have I got all the achievements, Viewer USA? My achievements. What have I not got? Haven't got decoration, haven't got banner in the base, haven't donated... I have donated a vehicle to Landsrad. Some of these I've got, some of these I haven't. I'm not really a Steam achievement hunter. It's not generally what I do. Oh, there you go, 6,000. Very nice. You're halfway there, yeah. It was showing me, for some reason, even though I'm hovered over you more than the base, it's showing me the base distance, as you can see, up there. Whereas if I go onto the base, it shows me that actually you're So that should be you. That's the base. If I go somewhat between you and the base, then I can see you. You didn't like Lost Ark for pay to win system? Well, luckily there is no pay to win inside this, Hayoshi. It's literally you buy the game, you have access to the game, you play the game. That's all that Dune has. They will have some cosmetics, I believe, that are tied to DLC, but everything you can get inside the game as far as I understand it, if you need to. Dune and PvP, if you like the PvP inside WoW, then Dune is not the game for you, unfortunately. I'm going to be real with you. Unless you join specific groups, Dune is not the game that you want for PvP. Dune has overtaken your most hours played on Steam. Dune is probably the most hours I put into a game in recent years. I would say that. I've seen Exoborn. That might even be on my own wish list. At some point, I should do all of those streamer things that I'm meant to do, like going through a bunch of Steam recommendations and giving you guys a bunch of, like, you know, new panels and new images and that kind of thing. Oh, yeah, Viewer USA definitely got a carrier, definitely got a sandcrawler, definitely got all of the endgame loot. Like, this is all endgame. We've done a fair bit of the game, I'm going to be real with you. Just a small amount of the game. I'm looking forward to Battlefield 6, though. It's going to be fun. Heath. Hello, you get to go sand crawling. In your hop. Are you able to join Discord so that I can hear when you say uppies? Ooh. I mean, Destiny 2 and Warframe are... No, I can't hear you, Freya. If you join my Discord server, I can drag you into the main room, though. Chat won't be able to hear you, don't worry. No Discord, I'm just not talking, and you shut up. You're just being silly. If you join the waiting room, I can drag you. Oh. Good boy. You're a good boy, aren't you, Bailey? Whoop. Okay. Hello. Hello. Okay, is this your first time sand crawlering? Okay, first of all, let me just turn you up in Discord. Okay, so you're just going to go over the sand that's already been done. Nice and easy. Basically just turn left and we'll just go in lines. I will stay hovering over you and will pick you up if I hear any worms. You can scream the word uppies at any time and I will pick you up. You press C to start harvesting from the driver position. C for Charlie starts the vacuum. Oh, you're on a control. It'll be whatever the ability shows on your bar. So C for me is currently the ability. Whatever your normal C key is for your ability. and then W obviously to drive once you've got the sandcrawler rolling. So you just basically press it once it goes, and then you'll be traveling around 18 kilometers an hour. You can just hold W. Yep. Or hold forward. That looks like it's working. Yep, perfect. Not a problem, yep. Are you alright with me talking to chat and answering them without muting myself? Okay, sweet. Yep, and you're turning left. We're going to cover the sand that's already been harvested first. I can tell you, you can basically just re-angle and go into reverse if you want to. Reverse works. But I can turn you around if you prefer. Yeah, if you do it horizontally, it takes a while, but I can turn the vehicle for you, I guess. I haven't played Warframe. I'll be. You'll need to. You likely need to redeploy your. Yeah. Okay, perfect. When you look behind you, if there's sand coming out of the sand crawler, that's how you know that the vacuum is on. Oh, it's definitely on at the moment. The other thing you can do is you can check your inventory and you can see if it's going up. That's the other thing I'm doing. Nice. Oh, I love it when there's a chat hopper that hops in saying, wait, are you the guy that buys subs for Pirate? I mean, imagine supporting a community that I'm part of. Shocker. Couldn't be me. Awful. Awful. I know, right? I know. People wonder why I use an alt account when if I don't use an alt account, I get this kind of treatment, or if I do use an alt account, I get this kind of treatment. It's like, okay, well, which one is it, bud? Like... Yes, Bartg, this is Freya's first time crawling, so we're being replaced, doing very well so far. Yeah, I'm not going to be too mean. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm not going to do things like fly off and just leave you on the field by yourself. I'm not going to do things like say, where are you, when I'm the carrier pilot and keeping an eye on you is my job. That person comes back around. Okay, hang on, I need to land the carrier. 1 second. So, 1 sec. So, I need to land the carrier. Yes. They left. You can I'll turn around. Not the grandfather one, but we might disturb the smaller wandering ones. You'll need to reactivate your scoop after I've done that lift up. But it's much quicker than turning around yourself. Oh, that was Sabu, was it? Sabu, I thought you were meant to be working. You're fine. You're good. Oh, it wasn't Sabu. Not getting vibrate. Okay, it might be I picked you up before the start off. Yeah, if the wandering worm shows up, you'll get it. But a worm that spawns like that, you won't get the vibration because the worm doesn't exist until it pops up. Sometimes. Yeah, if it's a... I did find my controller when I was sorting my office out. I could grab it. Interesting. You said your brain cannot mouse and keyboard. Is that just... Fair enough. How are you with directions in real life? Could you, if you had to describe to somebody the directions to like walk to the nearest shops, could you do it? And if somebody gave you directions to somewhere you didn't know, could you follow them? Okay, because you sat nav. An old-fashioned paper map. If I talk to chat about paper maps, they'll get confused. A lost skill. I was talking to my cousin recently about how you used to carry a map book in your car. And they looked at me like I was smoking crack in front of them. Gonna be real with you. They were like, "Why on earth would you do that when you've got a phone?" I was like, "Listen, I was a teenager when the iPod Touch came out, and it was revolutionary that you could drink a beer on your iPod, like on your phone screen. Like, Blackberries were still something that we use, and I still sometimes miss. Get out of here with your, paper maps aren't real bullshit." Hi, Bailey. Are you okay? Are there noises somewhere that you're not sure about? Yeah. Hi. Meow. Yeah, meow, meow. You're so cute. Making me fly the carrier. I've been watching a fun survival show on Amazon Prime where you've got there's a US former Marine, you've got a Green Beret, an Army Scout, a survival skills expert, and a British Army SEER training expert, and they all they kidnap each other, literally kidnap each other in real life with things like net guns, traps, all kinds of stuff, take them to somewhere in the world and make them survive within 100 hours. To be honest with you, really enjoyable watching them steal each other from massages and stuff. Yeah. I think that my favorite type of content to do would genuinely to be 7 days. Here you go. No, very, very minimal gear and stuff. You get knives, fire starter, maybe if that. There you go. Now go and it depends on where you are in the world. Knife and a flint won't be enough to start a fire in certain parts of the world if it's too wet. You live in Australia, so everything catches fire if you breathe on it funny. You don't. That's Australia minor. I could tell, that's why I said it. That's the joke. That's why if you'd actually been Australian, I would have said that you're from New Zealand, and I would have said, "Oh yeah, but you're from Old Zealand." This is like when you tell somebody from Southern Ireland that they're from the UK. They get really upset about it. You tell someone from France that they're from Belgium. They can't handle it. The largest of the three land masses, you mean Europe and Asia? Yeah. I'm just doing it to mess with people, don't worry. Like when I call Canadians snow Mexicans and they get very upset. What? I can't believe that people would be aware that I like trolling people. Can't believe it. I would believe that I was the first person Thor said, "Wow, you like this." He was saying that in E for a long time to me. Often because there'd be a bug and I would just go and do something ridiculous. He'd be like, "Why you like them?" Fun. I don't know. I'm proud to be your favorite proto-American. Thank you, James Brown. I'm not from Scandinavia, but hey. I didn't realize how distinctive the goblin giggle was. It's Bailey is just lying in the entrance to my kitchen, so I'm going to turn the cat cam off. Turn around again. Bad. Turn you around properly. There we go. Bailey is as good as Bailey gets today. He was very happy this morning that not only would I wake up at 5 a.m. because he was sitting next to me patting my face, but I also agreed to feed him more quickly than normal. So after I fed him, he came back upstairs and slept next to me for 4 hours until I moved again, at which point he demanded more feeding. You are not harvesting anything. There's no spice there. Go slightly left, you're fine. Actually, drive forward and left. Yeah. You'll, you can turn on the spot, but realistically going forward and left would have been quicker. Perfect. Yep. I'll be honest with you, if you turn along the bank and you drive along the bank, along this kind of angle, you'll actually be pretty good, and you can go all the way along to the end and just go down the next vertical line. We can do that. Yeah, we're just doing spice cleanup. Because somebody, not naming any names, Sherpa Orkin and +1, left all of this delicious spice in the middle, and it's a affront to my nature. Most of the time, if you are trying to compact and a carrier shows up, they might shoot at you. Like if I was here and I rocked up with crawlers, I would shoot at compactors. Yeah, well that's PvP. I mean, ultimately we're in a PvP area, like. I have more fuel cells if you need them. It's fine. Well, yeah, on our server, PvP isn't around resource denial, which is what on a lot of servers you see the PvPs actually become about. It's become about, you know, PvPers don't have enough content, so they are resorting to resource denial so that, you know, they can actually have some of the content they're looking for. You're fine. You're fine, you're fine. Just swoop down and, big old wormy bitch. We are doing good, thank you, Divine Fox. How are you doing, bud? Spook, we need an extra pair of people, so I don't need an extra one or the other. If you want to come out and harvest, we need another 2 people, because I only have 1 person available. And they're currently sand crawling. You'll need to find a partner. You just finished building your own carrier. Very nice. If you need to still build your sand crawler, mate, like, you can take a good share from this. Just use the melange for your crawler. I have been told that we've got 48,000 spice melange, so I'm kind of fine with giving you some. Don't worry. But we're not even quarter. The expansion was good, thank you, Divine Fox. Yeah, I really enjoyed the new DLC and the new like the new stuff that was introduced through the DLC topic wise. I don't want to give away any spoilers. The new story content was good as well. I didn't really like how it was presented, but if you're a murder mystery fan, then you probably enjoy the new content presentation as well. You didn't like the what, sorry? Yeah, we weren't able to give our side of the story to Arista. Yeah, that's very true. The new vehicle is definitely new. It's got a cool design. Its driving leaves something to be desired if you're on keyboard and mouse, due to the way that keys are linear and don't have like a degree of turn to them. Whereas I think on a controller, it would be a very, very different piloting thing. You get immediately turned around if you hit a bump. That sounds about right, yeah. Yeah, but if you're driving on open sand, then you're more likely to drive into the open mouth of a worm. Gonna be real. I know that it's very useful across the sand fields. Like you can drive from island to island very rapidly with it. I think it's a fun, solid thing. I just don't know if it actually. It all comes down to the fact that I don't think it has the use case that I was really hoping for from a vehicle in the game. Because, like I said, every vehicle needs to have a reason that I want to carry it. Why would I transport a tread wheel above a Mark 6 Scout Ornithopter? No one has been able to find no one has been able to give me a reason why I would carry the tread wheel over the Mark 6 Scout yet. Yeah, the sandcrawler needs a version. There needs to be a vacuum head on it, which works for flower sand. There needs to be a vacuum head which works for harvesting the water from flowers. Boom. That made you poop yourself, didn't it? Yeah, everyone can sugarcoat the DLC all they want. As a Dune fan, you were not pleased personally. Why weren't you pleased as a Dune fan, Lackluster? Because I am also a Dune fan. I was quite pleased. I really liked the level design. I really liked the voice acting of the new AI. If you're going to do that, you might want to reverse and get the stuff that's just behind you as well. You can get into reverse and grabbing that stuff on that line will save you having to do it again in future. I'm all about that fastidious sand harvesting. There you go, forward. Yeah. That's true. I just don't think that the new vehicle, the tread wheel, was really worth it. It's certainly a mid-game vehicle, but like I didn't even use the mid-game. I got rid of my sand bike at level Mark II and just went straight like and used it until I got my Scout Mark IV. You still use the sand bike? Cool. What do you use it for? Okay, yeah, yeah. Of all the tech you could have from the Dune universe, it would be the sand bike. That disappoints me. If I could have any tech from the Dune universe, it would be my Hajra Mark 6 liter John. Because if I can fit 3 liters of water in 2 liters volume of space, I've broken science and I've created a black hole. Who knows? Sea of Death, we are still getting worm aggro. Remember, we're in the deep desert, so there are you know, worms spread out, and because we've got the upgraded tracks, we get less worm aggro, but we are still getting worm aggro. Don't get me wrong. Still a thing. Yeah, there's just no way that you can, because I think I genuinely think that you should have a ground vehicle backup and an air vehicle backup, because I think then you'd actually start seeing people using the ground vehicles. But every situation currently in the game where you can use a ground vehicle, you could also use a Mark 6 Scout. So there's currently no reason to even plan doing it. You get way less than compacting. No, you do get, well, you definitely get way less aggro than compacting. Yes, that's by design. You're not meant to compact these fields. You're only meant to compact the medium fields. Where did that big bitch hide? Where did it go to? Okay. I mean, yeah, in terms of personal enjoyment, I take an ornithopter, sure, but in terms of technology taken from the Dune universe, it would have to be replicator technology, like building replicators. Like, if you think about what that can do for you, or even the cutter rays, like, or las guns, which are cutter rays and modified las guns. Dispenser belts would be insane. Very true. Yes. Dispenser technology is pretty good. That's the same as shields tech. I still think I'd rather be a thinking machine. I can't say on air whether I am or am not a thinking machine. The still suit would be useful, but I think the still suit is something that could be created now with modern tech. I think that if you were going to have any one technology from the Dune universe, you'd want a force multiplying technology like the replicator. Like, imagine being able to build a building, you've got all the concrete on the ground next to you, you use the replicator, all of a sudden there's a building there. Imagine what that does for world technology, for the housing shortages, for building infrastructure. I think that the biggest changing one would have to be the replicator. The way that we build stuff, the construction tool, effectively. I don't think I'd want death stills. I think I'm okay. I'll see it, Becador. I just, inside the replicator, the construction tool, I have the blueprint for the fuel cells. Done. Now what? Pulling water from the air could work, but I feel like that would contribute to some of the global issues that we're seeing around heat and humidity in areas. Hello, Hoobsy. How are you doing, bud? Good to see you. You're not harvesting. Go. Well, I'm glad that you've got some good news for your private life, Hoobsy. It's always excellent. Proud of you, bud. No matter what it might be, I'm glad that things are going well for you, dude. Who is driving the harvesters today? A member of the community, Great Goddess Freya, is driving the harvester today. Their first time. Doing a good job of it so far. Yeah, you cut into the left. Cut into where my light. Yeah. Cut into the marker. It's alright, there's no PvP inside Dune, so it doesn't matter if you're a PvP enjoyer. Whee! Did you not, when you saw me approaching your location when you were on stream, think, oh no, Cronus is coming, quick, hide, kind of thing? Fair. Drop you here. Whoop. Excuse me, I'm not a lunatic. I'm mad all of the time, not just in conjunction with the moon cycles. Yeah, thank you for the apology, I appreciate it. Bando Iruka, that's not the case here. Because somebody's already harvested this field and left a bunch of residue, we are harvesting their residue, so we don't need to go over it at that slow speed. There's only half yield here, so we can drive over it at full speed. Thank you very much, Mirror, for doing the mirror check. I've seen the though, yeah. The Thube's been around for a long time, like the Thorb. One sec. Oh, they didn't like that. They got hit. It's taken out their wing. That's cut you off. Oh yeah, we're going low on the crawler because this has already been harvested by somebody, and so there's only half yield here. So going over at full speed means no loss. So we're fine to go over this at full speed. I'm gonna be honest with you. Thank you, Dr. Krieger. That was quite a good shot, but mostly because I'm lucky enough that I know how much people fly. I've seen a lot of the flight in this, so I can generally tell that someone's going to do a little dip before they try climbing. Also, if you shoot under them normally, because of the angle they're thopped, they can't see it so well. No one declared themselves in chat that they were coming to the field, so when they buzz, they get shot. That's how we do. Oh well, thank you, Dr. Krieger. Yeah, you land next to the spice harvesting operation. You do take your life into your own hands. Yeah. I just want to know what's in this cell. Please don't shoot me, Kronos. I have indeed read the patch notes in the public test realm. There is one change in there which I fundamentally disagree with and hate. And that is that rockets will require lock-on to a person or a vehicle in order to fire. Why are you making it so that rockets from a missile, missile launcher, they called it a rocket launcher, I believe, which we don't, they're not guided from a rocket launcher. Why on earth are you adding the fact that the thinking machine needs to be involved? We should be able to dummy fire rockets. How are we going to use them to, dummy fire missiles? How are we going to use them to harvest or to attack bases in deep desert PvP if you're not going to give us the ability to dummy fire them? So I'm going to do a read through at some point and send some feedback to the devs on certain changes, because like that's not tenable long term and you're damaging like ultimately the game. Sorry, say that again. The deep desert loot pool changes. The deep desert loot pool changes I don't have a problem with. Like making things instanced, I guess makes it is once again a step away from PvP, but it's the quality of life changes people asked for. So I think at this point it's just leaning into the fact that the deep desert is no longer a PvP area. Sorry, I've got my face cameras off. Well, that's exactly the point. PvP lacks interdiction, so it's a problem. That's why a lot of the PvP you see is forced in the way that it is. Forcing players to the ground with thumpers, with their orthops, so they can thumper them. That's forced PvP because there's no way to interdict to players and stop their movement or running. That's why I think there needs to be a whole PvP area that when you go to, you accept from the start that is PvP, because that way when someone gets interdicted, you can basically be like, well, yeah, no, there is no counterplay to your interdiction. The counterplay was not taking the PvP risk. Now fight your way out. We'll do a few more main lines, and I can always fly you back, and we'll empty your up and reload on fuel, etc. Nice. 40% are good. You're driving too fast again. Ultimately, I think they need to change what they're doing. Like I've said before, my plan would be change the current deep desert to PvE only. Lore-wise, say that due to the large abundance of spice found in these areas and the interruption to the spice trade caused by the War of Assassins in the current area of the deep desert that we have accessible, the Emperor has decided that this area should be declared under Canley and that spice production is above all. That's in keeping with the law, that's entirely Dune friendly, there's no problems with that. I think at that point, make a new area of the deep desert, creates tier 7 materials and resources. The new area of the deep desert should be PvP, it should be some kind of battleground, it should be some kind of rift area. There should be a variable environment where you've got open sand, you've also got rifts, and you've also got like kind of caves. You have no fly zones, that's what we need. Inside that zone, there shouldn't be any spice. Spice should be accessible in PvE under the rule of Canley for all the players who are doing that. The PvP area should instead have far more of those tier 7 resources, and like more than double what the deep desert has, to encourage players to go there. Now, as part of what they're doing, there needs to be new armor and new gear. That should all be tier 7. There should also be tier 7 PvP gear obtainable only in the PvP area. It should be the exact same cosmetically, but it should allow, you know, it may be that you give it, you know, a color scheme change or like a badge pin on it, so that will be maybe shoulder epaulets, something which is available to make it slightly worthwhile cosmetically, so you can stand out visually. But that armor should ultimately only have the difference of that it has a bonus against players in PvP for each bit you have, and it should be like 5% per piece. That won't actually make someone that much more powerful in PvP, because it is offset by the natural, I think it's like 40% resistance to player versus player damage. At that point, PvE players, if they go to that PvP area, you tell them, well, why did you go to the PvP area? Because you agreed to PvP by going in there. You know that there's going to be loss, you know there's going to be problems in there. You went in there, shut the fuck up. PvP players don't have the interest in going to the PvE and disrupting PvE operations, because ultimately they're going to want the gear that's better against players, because they are PvPers. The half and half in the deep desert doesn't currently work. They have fixed that charismatic. That was a bug that happened last week, and it's now been fixed as of patch a couple of days ago. I mean, yeah, the game doesn't do a good job of introducing you to PvP. The game tells you, the game tells you that the deep desert is dangerous. You could lose all your stuff. You know, don't go there. It doesn't help you. Doesn't help you at all. It doesn't teach you about how to fight in your ornithopter in PvP. It doesn't tell you how to avoid PvP or how to engage with it. It doesn't tell you how to escape. You're never really given the ability to learn how to do that outside of practice. That means that PvE players who are new to this type of game, or new to, you know, to Dune, or, you know, just newer in general to the competitive nature of some of these games, will struggle disproportionately. There should have been an introduction to it. It should have showed you that it's safe, because actually dying in PvP really doesn't matter. You lose the blueprints that you're carrying, some of the money, some of the, like the batteries and stuff. You could have just balanced the game better around PvP. The PvP element wasn't thought of greatly. There's no pipeline into it, so unless you're a PvPer, you don't want to do PvP, which means that the PvPers don't get their, you know, their bait, they don't get their content that they signed up for and wanted to play, so they're forced to create that content in different ways, and normally that's toxic. Waxstab's not a worry at all. It's just if you're in a sand crawler, you should go over it twice. Don't make somebody else clean up your mess. It's courteous in the sand crawler to be going over your own trail rather than just going over the whole area once. Go over each of your lines twice when you turn around. But it's something that you learn over time. Oh, actually, there's a bit of a spice there, isn't there? Sure. Low fuel. Low fuel is fine. Just when you get to running on fumes, let me know. The Arrakis Equatorial Storm area could be a cool rift area. There are a bunch of sand islands and rifts, etc. Sorry, I had C still pressed there. I'm having carrier problems. Okay. I'll need to put the Oh, weird. I was holding C. I tapped D and it deactivated my C key. Yeah, major update-wise, we're now going to be in kind of a patch. They're going to be patching what they've given us now, and then they're going to be working on the end game. Based on the roadmap, the end game is the January kind of release, which, you know, is a ways away. I think that when we're coming to things like third factions, the Equator, the Fremen, etc., we're in an interesting stage. I wouldn't make any assumptions here. I personally would be upset if the third faction was the Fremen, because I think that everyone is going to choose the Fremen. Especially with the way they're presented in the new films and stuff that's going to be coming out. The Fremen are going to be the focus of them. People will want to choose that side. No, I don't. I think that what you likely see for the third faction will be either some form of smugglers group or guild, either like the kind of the Karab, one of the factions that we've already got. Gang-wise, I think it'll be either a criminal element that's between the two of them, smuggling, or it'll be one of the factions that we haven't had explored yet. I think for it to be Chom, because everything in the game is based on Chom. Chom are famously neutral. That's why they don't provide things like, you know, vehicles with weapons on them, etc., as part of what they do in general. I would like if we could actually choose to side with the faction that we're meant to be working for behind the scenes. To be honest with you, like, while we might have a good opinion of the Bene Gesserit, you know, and the people that we're interacting with within the story, depending on what their actual goals are, I would like if you can actually choose to be that you were going along with the Atreides or Harkonnen as part of the main story for the benefit of being part of those factions, and that you can actually decide, you know what, I would like to go along with the faction in the main story. I would like there to be a given level of player choice that the story matters on. And so if, you know, the observers are actually, for example, the name of this organization that we are being influenced by, you know, as somebody said in chat, that would be kind of, I'd find that interesting and compelling to have that as a choice. But I would like it to be tied to the main story. Thinking Machines is the third faction. I mean, I would choose the Thinking Machines side, but hey. That's because, you know, Roko's Basilisk is probably out there and I don't want to get killed. That's why I'm so kind to crabs, because of Roko's Crabalisk. Yes, one of the parts of me redoing my office rebuild will be painting streams for Warhammer. I'll have more space. I was running into the issue with my with muffs. I just don't have enough space to put cameras up. I didn't have the space to have things like the cat bed. Having my lights clamped to the desk has become really problematic. So I need to change my desk setup. As part of it. I mean, what I'm using currently basically a bunch of is basically two IKEA like set of drawers with a bit of worktop on it, and then two legs at each end. Like, it's not It's nothing fancy, and I need something which is actually, like, given how much I'm spending, how much time I'm at my desk, like, I need something that A, works for me, that I don't hate, and B, is actually kind of convenient to use. I do have a good chair. Chair I'm sorted on. Need a good chair. Okay, well, there might be some news coming on that front. I need to start. Have I got a sponsorship? Ooh, who knows? Actually, I should probably ask them. Because this is something that was arranged when I wasn't a streamer. So it's not for me. But now I am. My rule of thumb is generally anything that goes between you and the ground you should invest in, because normally that's going to affect your posture. It's going to be taking a lot of the brunt of impact and life for you as a whole. So for example, like a good bed, make sure you do the work and you invest in it. Like, don't just order one online, go somewhere and try and test them out if you've got that as an option to you, because you need a bed that's going to work for you, and you're not going to know what that's like unless you try them out. That's why there's a great brand in the UK called Dreams. They're a bed company. They basically work out of these kind of semi-industrial kind of yards where you'll end up with like large mega stores. Inside their stores, they have a scanning machine. It's really quite cool. You'll lie on what's effectively a single bed with like an overhang on it, and they normally have two of these by them side, so you can go in with your partner, and it will effectively scan your posture and your body positioning. And you can give it kind of presets like, you know, I have X, Y, Z back pain, I have neck pain, blah, blah, blah. So it can feed that in. You tell it whether you like a hard, soft, medium bed, for example, and it will scan you, check your body positioning, where your pressure points are, and recommend beds based on the exact use of your body. I've taken a bunch of people there because it's actually kind of cool, just as a technology, not with the intent of them getting beds. And everyone's been like, you know what, this is fucking incredible. The bed it's chosen has invariably been like the best bed they've ever felt for each of them. So I'd be surprised there wasn't something like that in New Zealand. Yeah, I just that's fine. That's fine. I had to go back and repair the Regis container and my wings and such anyway on this carrier. Yes, yeah, the spice container on the back. Yes, right, that sounds about right. Yeah, that container is fun. You can't do a full load in that container anymore. I need to replace it this week. I'll replace. There's one back in my base called the handbag. The integrity doesn't matter for that one because I don't use it to sand collect, so I can replace it with a full Regis container for this for tomorrow's sand crawlering when we bring the new one out. And then I've got to spend a whole week obviously ragging it enough that it all runs out of durability again. Say again? You can glide with the carrier, but not while you're carrying something. Imagine a glider in real life with a car underneath it going into a glide. Imagine how that's going to work. Because you don't always fly with something underneath you. If you were going to do a buggy, for example, you might fly, drop it off at one of the islands, fly back, and then go pick it up when you need to in future. There aren't that many uses for the carrier, I'll admit, when you need it without something underneath it, and I think they do need to work on that. Like, there should be a carrier module which, you know, forgoes picking something up but allows you to, you know, transport water or something, for example, or allows you to put down like a mobile processing plant. Something that actually gives you an incentive to use the carrier without cargo underneath it, and so it can utilize its vulture mode. Because I'll be honest with you, in vulture mode, it does 174 under boost, which is very fast. Yeah, Demega Taco, the way you describe that is it's... no, not 15k melange, it's 1.5k melange from a full one. Yeah. It's 3,000 for 2 runs, or 1,000 for 1 run are the 2 versions. So the base version is 1,000 for 1 run, and the upgraded version is 3,000 for 2 runs. That's kind of the best way to describe it. I probably don't, but I could probably make something to bear with. Yeah, there's some stuff in here for it. Let me just make some. There you go. Put it on the floor. Not a problem. There's also, I can drop you some fuel cells if you need them as well. What's full?
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Yeah, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, Killer Jen. They are working on a large container that can be carried by the carrier. I believe it's going to be a pick down and pick upable one, a bit like you can with vehicles, which I think would be really neat to have. But they obviously need to make sure that those inventories are working properly when they do that, because otherwise we could have problems. And I don't think anyone wants to be utilizing a carrier in a situation where they could be losing inventories, because if you're, say, taking a Regis Spice container sandcrawler across, you've got your entire deep desert base in that stored, and it's all there, you know, it's all beautifully full of plastinium and melange and all the things you need to make a full base. If you lost that inventory for any reason, you'd have a real problem. You would be upset. Like we were incredibly upset when we lost our deep desert base because it just disappeared overnight one night. We think we know what the issue was on it. We think that the issue was a terrain bug with the Solido replicator, which meant that the building itself lost track of its ground. If a building doesn't have any ground connection, the whole thing collapses to the ground, all of the structure disappears, like all basically falls down. So we think that likely all of our structure did that, which is why our vehicles were in exactly the same places. This is likely what it was. Honestly, it was thanks to the community that we were able to keep going on that, because the community were the ones who donated a bunch to replace it live on air. We actually managed to replace it in a couple of hours. It was the principle. At that point, we didn't have the same kind of melange storages and stuff that we had. We'd been given most of it away, and I hadn't been squirreling enough of it away as I normally do. So, the respawn timer on unique chests for deep desert stations beyond E, Raphael, you are looking from 40 minutes to 2 hours. Well, you're quite far away from your microphone, so I didn't hear that. Even though you're at 200%, and I've got Discord turned all the way up. That's alright. Easily done. I think the loot tables to being individual is an interesting change. I think that's a good one.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
So what you're encountering there, Alistair, I think is two systems interacting. The loot should respawn once you've done, like, once the enemies respawn, yeah. So you can actually get normally 2 rounds of loot from those chests. It seems to be that after that point, you enter the normal individual instanced who, like, up to 2-hour reset time. Would it be rude to camp the chest room for 90 minutes? Yes. I feel that would be rude. That would be... I would consider that a problem. Ultimately, and Raphael, you'd still have to run the dungeon again. As far as I understand it. Or someone would need to run it again and you would need to kill them and PvP them. I did indeed, Chorus, yes. How's it working out? I haven't made one yet. I've got the blueprint for it. I haven't made one because I haven't gone back and done anything in Haga Basin. Other than flying stuff to and from and collecting bodies, I've not done stuff. And I also need to do a respec this week. Because I've realised one of the reasons why I might be taking so much damage on my vehicle cells. It looks like I either bugged or didn't notice that this planetologist is only at level 1. So I'm actually still taking more durability loss than I should be. I'm taking 15 minus rather than 35 minus. Which is likely why. So it's likely on me. I noticed that the other night. That story. You've seen the chest before, Ricky? Yep. Yeah, the Mega Taco. So the first time I'll do it is 5 minutes. After that, it should be when it respawns or when your individual timer comes off. So you know how when you loot one of the chests in the PvE areas and it's one of the loot chests in there, it will respawn for you around kind of 45 to 2 hours later. It seems that same timer appears is applying to those deep desert chests. That's how it appears. Remember, I haven't done a huge amount of testing on it. We've just noticed that there seems to be 2 timers affecting being able to respawn and loot camp those areas. It would not be good content for me to do that for you on stream. Anyway. Much cleaner. This is a far less upsetting deep desert field than I've seen before. I don't like the amount that's in the middle, but that's ultimately tolerable. Before, that was not tolerable. So you've been doing a great job for us so far. Let's keep going. Beep beep. Well, yes, the best way to actually, I think, to actually camp somebody and to camp the base would actually be to wait in the end area until they get that last respawn, which has all of the heavies and kind of the mid-wave respawn and flamethrowers, and attack during that. I think that would be the best way to actually contest them, because you've got all the NPCs on your side, but you are playing a running game that you are trapped in a room with them. You can't escape until all the NPCs are dead either. So it's not perfect. I don't think camping deep desert stations really works. The adaptive shield is about 10% better than the main one, just in terms of shield recharge time, than the Mark V. And the percentage drain for power is not necessarily worth it. Don't get me wrong, but the shield recharge time being 20 or like 15% quicker, and then that gets affected by all of your stats around shield recharge as well. Very, very good. No, Demega Taco, if you go back into the PvP area, like the PvE area, like I'm saying, you can't escape that room, even if you've got the band. The current drops look like this. If you haven't got these, then it's new drops for you. Have fun. Yeah, this reset should give us new deep desert places. I'm really hopeful for what this next, for this, your... Happens. Yeah, happens, don't worry. Good morning, Thurston, over on YouTube, buddy. Good to see you. The wall decoration, yeah, the mural was really nice. I really like the Arrakis Rising mural. Also, Megasako, if you're one person and then you've got 4 people who are coming in, your best opportunity, like I was saying, is to engage them while they're doing that final wave, which involves going back into the PvE room so that you can do that. That if you're actually going to try and PvP people, that's when it would be most opportune to do it. If they don't include the Mark 6 tread wheel, I'll be disappointed. Well, exactly. That's, yeah. You keep on agreeing with me when I'm repeating points that I made a minute ago. That's the issue I'm having here with this conversation. You're literally saying my point for me every time because you didn't hear it the first time around. Yeah. Yeah, the problem I have, Luther, with the sarcastic answer is that actually it doesn't make it okay, and it's like, it's just irritating, so people deserve to be annoyed, so... Fun, you know, should we be surprised? No, but should Funcom be doing better? Yes. Yeah, it's just aroma. The new guy that didn't show up for the first 3 days and somehow still working for us, who was talking about how he was afraid of spiders. Big brown recluse popped up above my desk. Could you show up? Yeah, I think it'd be rude not to show him. What's he doing? Big wormy bitch. Running parallel to the field. Stay with me. Gotta learn how to be a sandcrawler someday. Someone's harvesting over there. Is there a medium blow around? Or is there a ship? Sheets below. Ooh. So those are the drops for the. So if you haven't got those drops, chat, then the drops are new for you. That's how you know. Lina Melody, I was showing somebody who was asking about the drops. Why? Yeah. Not a problem. You haven't got to apologize. You weren't imagining them. They were, in fact, covering the front part of the screen. Someone's upsetting the worm over there. Upsetto Spaghetto. You wouldn't eat Upsetto Spaghetto? Makes sense. You're not a fan of spaghetti? Good choice. It's the worst of the pasta shapes. Fully agree. Too much manual dexterity required for spaghetti. You hear in this chat? The pasta wars are settled. Nihilus is wrong. Spaghetti is indeed the worst pasta shape. Give you someone that you can stab with a fork? Something. Sorry. Okay. Specifically pasta. That makes more sense. Every good Kiwi that I've met is absolutely okay with stabbing someone with a fork if need be. Fine with that. Very on brand. Ramen isn't pasta, so it's not part of the pasta wars, don't worry. Ramen is safe. Birds aren't real. Birds are government drones. Except the kiwi. The kiwi is a real bird because it's also a fruit and also a nation. So if you go and, you know, see a kiwi in New Zealand with a kiwi while eating a kiwi, that could mean anything. No, it's a kiwi. They go kind of funny if you leave them in the sun too long. I can't say bad. I can't say something that mean against Old Zealand. That's not very nice. I discriminate against noodle shapes. No, noodle shapes are whatever. I'm talking about pasta. Different. Yeah, you're alright, Alpha C. Yeah, the rumors of my death are exaggerated. I don't know what everyone was talking about. I just regenerate from the last backup. We're fine. Fight. The restructuring of my work area is ongoing. I've moved out all of my shelves and cleared them so that I now only have one shelf in here, which is needed. I put my blue screen up frantically this morning before stream, so did that, but at least now, I mean, despite my hair occasionally going very blue and you can see through it, things are getting better. What I will probably do at some point, and this is spine dependent for me, is turn around. So I'll be facing an outside wall rather than an inside wall. And we're getting close to where I can't pick you up easily, Freya, so I might move you to the other side of the field, or ask you to not do the raised area of the dune, because I can't lower you down easily without yeeting either way. But I can now reach all the way back like this, chap. We'll go and do the more dense spy side before you do the bank, because most of what's left is single pass. Whereas some stuff over there is double pass. I'm just trying to give myself a bit more room, because I was getting stage because I'm spending so much time in this room, like it was starting to feel quite claustrophobic in a way. And I didn't have enough room for Bailey to give him, so with the new setup I will be able to put a ramp out that's static for him, put some grip on it so that he'll always be able to climb up onto my desk easily rather than have to jump up as he gets older. I can also do things like create a walk around area for him so he can walk around to the window himself. It gives me more room to put my lights up so that I can actually make the room more comfortable. I can actually make it a bit more my own rather than be hemmed in by the fact that there are shelves behind me upon which a blue screen needed to sit, which meant that I could only reach out to about here before, and I had very little room behind me. So you'll hear that wandering worm moving the side. I hear the sand field. So it'll give B more room, it'll mean I can set the cameras up better for it all, it's just better all around. Have you all always done spiral crawling, and that way your carrier can always face south if needs to be able to stop and turn the crawler? We've done a number of different ways. We are just trying them out depending on which way works for people. At the moment, for a new crawler... Yeah, that's where I was on it. For a new crawler pilot, doing lines is easier. I can keep an eye on the sky a bit more easily and on the worms more easily, because I'm just going forward and backwards. Well, exactly, Monty. Then we can have camera walls. I can actually show more of the room on stream, so I can probably put a camera up in the corner so you can see B more easily. It means that I'll have more space to do my Warhammer stuff. I won't have to have my PC on my desk alongside me. I can actually have that still in a raised unit, but probably tucked away where it's closer to cables, etc. My cable management becomes much easier. It's just all better this way around. Sleepers, they are currently proposing on changing the PvP loot to instance loot, not the PvP areas themselves to instanced. If that's what makes sense. Cable management, it's where you tell your cable lies to make them work harder, and then you take extra time off. That's what it's like. It's like business management, but cable management. Exactly. Yeah, Sleepers. It's a nice change, I think, for people who are getting through a PvP wreck and then finding that there's no loot there sucks. Yeah. And then I've got a few things coming up work-wise this week. Oh, I say work-wise this week. I think kind of that will affect streaming this week. First of all, likely on Thursday or Friday, I am driving Mr. Greggles and his wife Nos back up north. They're going to come and meet Bailey on the way because they're flying into an airport in the south, which will be fun. Road trip. So I will also get Greggles to look at my desk and office area for ideas, because he's got a very, very cool setup. Where he uses multiple PCs and he'll be able to suggest what I do where. He's got a much more understanding of kind of the practicalities of streaming in a smaller space and like soundproofing, all that kind of stuff. So I'm really excited to speak to him about it when I bring him here this week to meet the cat. And then yeah, see if I pick up like. I'm not going to get a standing desk. A lot of you have said that standing desks are great. With my spine problem, standing desks are the no-no. That's doing a stand-up is a big pain. Doing a walk is better than a standstill. Doing a standstill, bad juju. It's quite funny at TwitchCon when I would have just gone for like a long walk between venues, but if we're standing still, my face starts going pale, I start shaking and sweating because it's very painful to stand still. Spines, not even once. Just saying. Becca, thank you very much, bud. We are good. Hope you are well too. Honestly, I think the spines are one of the worst bits of human design. I would have made it very, very different. Give us 2 spines up the outside, then an armor plate up the back. That's what I think. Maybe heat dissipation fins, like a Stegosaurus. Just saying. I'm not sure you want xenomorph DNA. That's how you end up with a facehugger crawling out of your chest. That's literally if someone gives you. That's what happens if someone gives you xenomorph DNA. As far as I'm concerned, like I'm not fucking with that. That's not about that life. I would rather splice myself with like ankylosaurs. You know, they had like basically like dual spine ridges that went down their back and then ending with a massive club at the end of their tail with an armored plate right up the front like a turtle. Why not? Like I get hot when I sleep. If I had heat dissipation fins like a Stegosaurus, that would be great. It'd be ideal. You want to be able to run around and headbutt stuff. Okay. You don't want to be a Dilophosaur that basically a Dilo and just spit acid at stuff. I don't know. I've met some people in my life that I think it would have been fun to spit acid at. The facehugger implants the egg. Sorry. Okay, chest burster. If you're fucking around with alien DNA, you're gonna get alien. That's what's gonna happen. Like, I've seen the Alien films. I know it's not worth fucking with alien DNA. It's just that it's not that deep. There are very few films or TV series or literature or anything like that where fucking around with alien DNA goes well. So let's just not bother. Look, the platypus is bad enough as a creature. We don't need to go splicing things anymore. They're great, but like we've hit the peak. We don't need to go any better than a birdfish duck that also is like an otter that will inject venom into you, that glows in the dark and you can release all kinds of like phosphorescent chemicals, has electrosense. Like we just don't. We're done. Like, we've got crabs, first of all. Crabs are great. And we've got the platypus. Done. If I could glow under a phosphorescent flashlight, then I would. Just saying, like, if someone's like, oh, you want to go to this UV party, and I'm like, funny you should mention that. Here's one I prepared earlier. You turn the lights off, your skin is glowing in unique and pretty patterns. Why not? Why would you not want that? Humans are a really boring animal. I'm going to be real with you. Like, look at peacocks. Look at how fancy and brightly colored those males are. Look at seahorses. Like, honestly, like, I reckon we're missing out. Especially males. Like, especially if you're male presenting. I'm sorry for you, but you don't get to wear bright colors. You don't get to do funny little dances like spiders do. You don't. You know. Yeah, you could. You'll make nests and stuff. But like, imagine if you could, I don't know, have a huge tail with eyes in it that you could splay out and do like do mating dances and attract. We're missing out as a species. I'm just saying. Nah, but male peacocks, first of all, they're assholes. Have you ever been around a peacock long term? They're dickheads. Maybe you have different peacocks in New Zealand. I mean, they're bird brains, so yeah. No, I don't need any more news about platypus milk. Don't worry. You're activating some Eve stuff here. Don't worry. The napalm sideburns. You do that. You go and hide in the dark, waiting for the monsters to come and eat you, and I will eat you. I will have grown that phosphorescence because I don't care about hiding in the dark, because I'm going to eat stuff in the dark. I'm going to be that creature that when you come downstairs late at night is standing in front of the fridge light with the fridge light flickering, and you can only see the outline when it's dark. That'll be me. What are you going to do about it? I eat in the dark all the time. It's great. You just need to remember what you're eating, what shape it is, and where your mouth is, which, as a normal human should be fine, right? If I can turn out the lights right now, look, see, look, all the lights are off. There's no light here. But I'm stuck in a box. And help. That is how you bribe. Yeah, that's how you bribe me, Lithian. Yeah. But I'm trying not to drink my drink the wrong way. You make a good point. Like, you know, in terms of life skills, making food and stuff. Then yeah, I could teach Thor to make sausage rolls, or I could play a trick on Thor, where I get him making sausage rolls, and I get some I prepared earlier, and I put them in the oven. They're actually Greg's sausage rolls that I've frozen and shipped in secretly, and he gets really frustrated that his sausage rolls just aren't Greg's like and mine are. I convince him it's the British skill that we all get at birth. See, I would do that. I would convince Thor that he's not British enough to make a Greg sausage roll. I'd do that in a heart. I'd do that, and I wouldn't lose a lick of sleep over doing that. Oh, well, you know, they might look a bit different, but honestly, you channel that Britishness, you'll be fine. Oh yeah, we get perks on birth, so everyone gets perks on birth. It's Luther. I don't see Sabu. Oh. I tabbed out while holding C. That's what happened there, Fred. Don't worry. No, Sabu is here. I thought Sabu was still in the office. No one else is here, and as far as I know, no one else is organized enough for coming out for deployment. So I'm not dragging anyone because we're not doing anything live. So like, there's boom. I see no other crawlers. I've not been told in chat there's other crawlers coming. I don't know. They might be doing spice harvesting elsewhere. Why is there no worm coming? There is worm coming. The worm doesn't come very often because we've got a fully upgraded sandcrawler. Is Sabu playing Satisfactory? Is that what we're saying? That makes sense. That tracks. Oh. Mystery Spice and some was in the repair station storage, nice, and some was in your sub-thief console storage, perfect. We just wanted to get a little bit more spice harvested this week, okay? We definitely did a 1 million spice week. I cannot believe we didn't, given the amount of spice fields we've done. Yep, done. Ooh. It's a bit of life. Oh, oh. Where are spies? Foxtrot 4. You're going to need to do some middle spice cleanup as well, because I think we're going to need to reset this field. Yeah, I mean, we did our part for harvesting the middle. Like, I think other people, when the other people rock up, they should do a little bit of a contribution as well. And then it's about driving around in circles, doing the rim of the everything. It will be, yeah. Drop goes the schema. Yeah, take one entry down, mistype it around, and then break the schema for everyone. Lots of outlier data. Nice. Don't let the German drive. Luther is... I don't know if Luther's actually in-game. If Luther's in-game, then Luther can drive. We can do a bunch of stuff. I kind of want to run Foxtrot 7 again. I want more loot. Oh, Luther got an update. Oh, wait, you just got an update? He's throwing shit at you. I don't know. I think because you and Sabu were hanging out, I assumed that you would be in the Netherlands. So I'm now gonna. My brain now thinks that you're in the Netherlands, even though. Oh, you need to play manager. Is that more HR meetings for you, Luther? And if that is the case, I am sorry. I know how horrible HR meetings can be. Oh, 200 kilobyte patch. That's like a missing distributable or something. Doing turn in the air is just because it's faster. Yep. Nice. Okay. Grandfather. Appease. Fascinating. As soon as the second crawler touched down, it's repeatable. We've had this. We without knowing what that means, this one will despawn. There will be one that will work nearby, and we should be able to get a full field out of it. Whoop. Get to watch it the first time. So that one is now despawned completely. Another one will spawn shortly. So now I will return you to base, and we will get into scout ornithopters, fly around and scout the ones that are available. If you could fly to Golf 8 and then Indigo 9, that would be appreciated. Spook, if you could fly to Indigo 2. Mon Tyler, if you could fly to Golf 1, I will fly to Indigo 5. To Golf 1, Mon Tyler. Weird. Okay, that wasn't a smart way to do your ornithopter, was it? I don't know why that was where you chose to park, but fine. Why are you driving? What are you doing? Okay, hang on. Let me. You should have gotten out of the vehicle before we just. Yeah, get out of the vehicle now. You should get out of the vehicle when it's in the air and lowering down. Oh shit! It's because we've got two carriers alongside each other that are having issues. Yeah, you should always, when you're the Sandcrawler pilot, you should get out the Sandcrawler as soon as the person arrives at base. You should drop down into the base and be unloading the Sandcrawler already, but... Oh yeah, you're stuck. I'll need to add you in, hang on. This... Permissions... Golf 899. The Mega Taco is there as well. Just do all the repairs to the vehicle first. The Regis container is looking fucked. That's the legal definition of that. Much better way of, that's much better way of orienting that. What is going on here with this? What are you doing? What? Why? Why are you? Sandcrawler pilots, honestly, I can't believe it. Can't believe it. Who would ever do this? it nestles in that gap. That's how you. That's the best way of parking it. And the driver should not be in it when you're parking it. Luke, you were checking the Indigo 2 site. Or is it a separate one? You'll fly down and you'll see little purple circles on it. Yeah, you need to get quite low to it because sometimes the LOD doesn't load it until you get to about 300 meters away. But yeah, once you're that close to it, you'll know whether it's normal, like it's completely blank, or there's something going on at that point. It's very hard to describe what it looks like other than purple bubbles until you see it, and you'll be like, oh, okay, that is actually what that looks like. Yeah. There's an interesting correlation between when we manage to close a ring mouth or a ring mouth closes and an eruption of mediums. I don't know if that's done by design or not, or it's just happens to be kind of personal correlation. But it's interesting. Do you find the ring mouse that was there? Okay, and it's not active. Okay, nice. Blame it on trouble. Interesting. I'm gonna divert for that because that's Foxtrot 4. And Foxtrot 4 might have just redone. Yep, it is Foxtrot 4. Fly back. Return to base. Yeah, there you go. Thanks, Spook. Yeah, I did see it. That's what I was pondering about, as you could see on the stream. Pondering the ways of the worm. There's a lot of mediums in I9 and H8. That does sound, I think there's 4 spawns around there for that kind of area. So if someone is looking to do compacting, that is a good spot to do it in. Alternatively, you compact in a medium somewhere in the top cell, somewhere around, say, you know, like F4. Not in the... You don't need to check anymore, you should fly back. Okay. Also, Freya, if we're going to have other people in the comms, I would recommend that you go into your Discord settings once we're back into the base and just check that your input volume is done correctly, because even on 200% and having Discord at full, you are very, very quiet for me, and other people won't be able to hear you. Once you're back in somewhere safer, you can go to user settings, voice and video, and then just make sure that your input volume is high up enough, or that your input device is fine. You may need to change it inside Windows. That's not the case. That's much better. Jesus. Okay, now I can put you back to 100%. That would be why putting you at 200% was just slightly too low. I love math. Maths is hard, yes. No, I'm not the party leader, that's why. Bro, if you fly directly to Foxtrot 4 to the ringmouth, because I'm flying out there now. Funnily enough, it's the massive spice explosion that's going off. Yeah. I know that it might be surprising, but in fact that does mean spice found at this location. Wait, there's another carrier out? Did someone say spice? We did say spice. Oh, Demegatac is probably out harvesting plastinium. Yeah, there you go, Stravidium. Someone did say spice, small knight. I am down at your 8 o'clock. Right. Okay, I will put the sandcrawler down, and then you can hop in. Whoa. Just drive in a directly straight line from here, Freya. As the first one. Yeah, it's just a completely straight line from that angle. Sorry, do that. Yeah. No left or right. Yes. Because this will give us a direct split of the belt on a direct approach line from our base, so literally it'll be a matter of just flying in and just putting someone back in a straight line on their half. And then when you get to the far end, because you haven't gone left or right, you just hold reverse instead. Oh, I said you're throwing a controller, I guess that's backwards on the stick, but for those of us on keyboard or mouse, you just hold back. Oh wait, trigger is the go. Okay, nice and easy then. I wonder if it is with a controller, it's easy just literally just to pick you up and drop you down, and you just do forward and back. There you go, switching to reverse, yeah. Yeah, you are. You're good. You're good. Yeah. You guys are on the. You guys are on our line. Okay, there we go. I'm glad we did that in the area with the best visibility. Right, that was we did really well. Did really well there, didn't we? Oh, we want to be making sure you're leaving 0 residue. Like, you need to prioritize going over residue over a new line, because we want 0. If this spawns today, we will likely need to harvest the entire thing, because we just reset the last one. So this will be a full one. We want to make sure it's as easy as possible to harvest every single grain of sand, so that we can reset this. And then just drive forward and just work your way along the line. 0 residue is the goal. So when you're driving along, make sure just you're targeting to get all the residue rather than to get a new line. Like, prioritize getting what's already been half harvested. Spook, I will stay 330s if you want. It is taking southwest. It's curving south. To be honest with you, I'm just going to drop you at this end. We're not doing it for efficiency, we're doing it for clearing, so focus on the residue. No, I think they're doing that. Yeah. We love spicing. It's just, you know, so I was sitting there at the weekend at one point. Oh wait, why are you going accidentally Prussian? I think that doing spice harvesting while hallucinating from the spice is the most pure form of Dune existence. Sorry, I don't think I've ever used... I think I put a spice mask on once to get the achievement. Maximum spice enjoyment is critical inside this universe. To be honest with you, like, yeah, the main reason I don't constantly go Prussian is, well, there's a couple of them. One, I forget, and two, like, re-spicing just seems like hassle. So like, I just don't bother going prescient. 95% of my presciences have been accidental key presses of the Z key. But you know, over the weekend I was just sitting here. I was doing my office, and I was like, you know what? Really missed harvesting spice. I could just do with more spice. We love spice. Oh, small mite's gonna fly out here. Okay, so I won't shoot small mite. The only thing the spice mask does is if your prescience bar isn't full when you're gathering spice, it will keep you from filling while gathering spice. Why would I not want my prescience bar to be full if I'm gathering spice? I love spice. All of my homies love spice. Where did that sandworm go? Yeah. You've just got that, so it'll give me a second to do this. Changing my sound balances. Because now you fixed your Discord, I can hear you again. I'm sneezing. Hi, Bailey. Hi, meow. Bellissimos. Bellissimo. Come in for a clean. Good cat. Hi. Hi, Bailey. Yeah. I'm gonna have to give you uppies for a second because I can't be trusted while I feed him. So I'll be right back, chat. Hello, I've returned. Oh, nice. Okay. Where's its wormhole ship? Oh, there it is. I... Like a golf. Meow. Yeah, hi, Bailey. I would like for a golf to be in the game in some way immortalized. Oh, you left some spot. No, I'm disappointed. Look at this. It does take a while for the vacuum to come down into deployment, so that's likely why you just missed a bit that was here. Yeah. You've got a little bit on the left that you've missed. Where I'm hovering, there's some here. Oh, okay, that's fine. Well, I'll let your game crash in a straight line. You're currently harvesting fine, so this is going well. This is the most efficient game crash I've ever seen from a Sandcrawler pilot. Good job. You've got time to relaunch. You're still harvesting spice. I'm proud of you. It's an update. What? Like a Windows update or a Dune update? There's a... Hi, Bailey. Are you exploring? That could be weird because I don't believe we're taking our servers down for any updates, so it shouldn't be server affecting, I hope. Yes, you have, you're just kind of chilling in the air now, so I hope you enjoyed that. You know, your character is just kind of chilling out. Izuna, do you want to step in? No, we don't. It's going side on. I miss us entirely. Yeah, you will have the sandstorm music, but it's not coming towards us. Like, genuinely. Without a warning, it's flying across us. I'm watching it. Like... Nope. Izuna, we are minimal missing. You just missed a bit. No doing it. We're not. I'm not fucking around. I mean it. Also, get this piece that's here, please. We're not missing any because we will have to harvest every single bit of spice sand from this to reset. There, and then... Yeah. Yeah. There's this one here. We'll grab this one for them. Yeah, don't need a small one, it's fine. Sometimes you won't be able to see it because of the sunlight at this time of the time of day. Like the spice changes color based on time of day. Hang on, I'll just reset you, small mate. No, we're back to the restart on it. Fine. Yes. What happens when you get kicked out in the deep desert is sometimes very strange. So just standing there in the air for like a few minutes is completely normal behavior. Whoop. We will rescue you when you land, don't you worry. You guys can take it into, actually, you know, we can, well, I can come up in the carrier and I can take it in turns and we can chat with chat and we can do stuff. Now we can come pick you up, it's not a problem. Meow! 1,000 away. Not a problem. All spice must go. Trust the sound. Trust the sound. Yeah, you won't always get worm sign, especially if we're in 2 separate groups, or more. Whereas the sound, you will know. Like, the sound of the worm is more important. Okay, you are back in, aren't you, Freya? Okay. Clearly just an upset cucumber. Nope. Worm sign is created per entity on the sand, so it's going to be the sand crawler causing the aggro. It's not going to increase its amount. Unless you're doing things like firing rockets around while running around on its back, because then you're a separate entity and the worms come in for you with extreme Pride and Prejudice. I'm just going to hover for a second. That sounds like a bad idea, and I would get out and fire a rocket at you. Yeah. Yeah, if you halt someone on the back of a sand crawler, you deserve getting rocketed. We are the totally normal neighbors. If the worm isn't targeting you, it won't generate a worm sign like it's attacking you and it's just coming towards you, because you like, where's the limit on that? Like, if you fly towards a worm, when will you get that worm sign? No, it's not going to change it until it's actually active, but you will see your worm, like, radar will go like amber rather than yellow. Yeah, but yeah, exactly. That's why I say you don't rely on the worm sign indicator, rely on sound. Who's driving? Oh, okay, hey. Are you PvP kitted? Or am I? Okay, nice. If you see specifically Arthur05/Silvus, shoot them. Okay, yeah, just wants to make sure. Yeah, yeah, okay. There's a little bit of a spice off to the left. Rude. Unless, of course, they've declared themselves properly. Oh, I think you've deactivated your vacuum. H. They were my headlights. Well, the ones that were far in front of you were my headlights. The ones that were close in front of you were yours. Ah, so you're on controller, so I don't know what that is. But yeah, those are my headlights. Are those helpful, or do you want those off? Hang on, I can do something. Myself? Oh, no, wrong thing. Oh, I'm really pleased to hear that the Spaghetti Wars is spilling onto alternate battlegrounds. People are... Orzo isn't a pasta shape. Orzo is it's rice that wants to be pasta. It's cosplaying. It's cosplay rice. No, it's not though. It's not pasta. In the same way that ramen isn't pasta, neither is Orzo. It doesn't meet the criteria for the pasta wars. Oh, well, thank you very much for being here, Biscuit Bandit. Yes, so those of you who weren't here, there's been a big discussion on stream recently about what's the worst pasta shape. The majority of people believe that it is spaghetti that is the worst pasta shape. Correctly. Everything that spaghetti does or can do, there is another pasta shape that is better for the job. Tagliatelle, for example, just better at being spaghetti. Linguine, better at being spaghetti. So, you know, 80% of chat believes that spaghetti is the worst pasta shape. And I was really pleased that's the one vote that chat never tried to 50-50. I'm not saying spaghetti is bad, don't get me wrong. If you're a spaghetti enjoyer, I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm just saying that while spaghetti is very versatile, it's the worst of the pasta shapes. If you know the sauce you're making, there's probably a better shape of pasta for what it is that you're doing. We're talking, no, spaghetti is one pasta type. Like penne. Orzo is definitely pasta. No, not pasta. Wait, oh, pasta or not some pasta? It's a pastina. I hate language. Sometimes language is awful. That's like saying that the English aren't parasites, we're parasitoids because we tend to kill our host. Hey Vicky, how are you doing? You have a big headache? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Please look after you. We'll happily look after you. So for those of you in chat who don't know, Vicky is the one who has inspired some of the changes to the office, because I saw that she was doing stuff and I was like, you know what, fuck it. I also hate my office space. She's right, we're going to change it. But Vicky, I hope that your headache clears out. Have you hydrated sufficiently? Is G here? She probably is. Although I did kind of upset her slightly at the weekend by somewhat dropping her husband in it. You know how sometimes like somebody will tell you something and like the person it's about won't know if it's who it came from. She asked me very specifically whether like how I knew about something, and I said I wouldn't say. And when she said, oh, I bet it was her husband, I just kind of didn't dissuade her from the idea at any point. So I know for a fact that she went and threw a bunch of pillows at him and he had no idea what he had done wrong. And I was crying with laughter. I told Spare Human she was crying with laughter. So I let you believe what you wanted to believe because I knew that you would enjoy throwing pillows at him. And I knew that it was deeply funny that I did apologize afterwards because, you know, I was like, you know what? It was very enjoyable. We had a great... I was cracking up with laugh. I had to pause what I was watching because we were watching The King's Speech, which is quite a serious film, and it was quite a serious moment. I'm fairly sure that the king, the King of England had died. Spoilers, by the way, for if you haven't, you know, heard about World War II. And he's having to give a speech about, you know, just before the start of World War II, and he's all freaking out. And it was a really serious moment in the film, and I'm just sitting there trying not to absolutely cackle, like. Spare Human was like, are you okay? You know, are you deeply upset? You cried. And I was like, I'm trying to shit myself laughing. I'm going to be honest with you. It was incredibly fun. So big shout out to you know, James Brown. Thank you very much for letting me know about that. That was absolutely beautiful. Because as soon as G realized that it wasn't her husband, she knew who it was. Why is the crawler going so fast? Isn't that going to make things take way longer driving like that? What, you mean driving over it once at 8 kilometers an hour versus driving over it twice at 18 kilometers an hour? It's actually better for what we are doing and our intention to drive over it at this speed, because going over it more times means we're going to leave zero residue whatsoever, which is what we believe is the way to reset a ring mouth at one point. Yeah. Nice. You can have three. You can have three crawlers simultaneously. You have someone do 4-5 on heavy purple and 5-6 on mediums purple. Just blast. Yeah, we just have people just you just go back and forth and get your own. This is just quicker. It's not better to go fast. It's more efficient by the way that we are doing this to go fast. You're misunderstanding my reason for this. We have shown that if you harvest every single bit of sand, it resets the spice field twice now in a row. So if we drive over it, if you drive over it once at 18 miles an hour, you leave some behind, yes. If you drive over it at 8 kilometers an hour, you leave none behind. Great, that also works. But if you're gonna have to go over things twice anyway, because you're not always, if you miss bits, like there's a bit that's missed just here where I'm hovering over now, you're gonna have to go over it. Going over it faster means that you're actually gonna cover, you can actually just cover the ground faster and just go over bits that you missed anyway. So it doesn't matter if you leave some behind on the first pass because you're intending on going around a second time anyway. You only need 80% for it to reset though. That's categorically not true. There is no guaranteed number that it resets at. We proved last week, and unfortunately my stream crashed before we managed to reset the second field in a row, that if you harvest every single bit of spice sand, the field resets. We need to keep doing it for more testing reasons, but like we've got fields that they were so nearly empty that they weren't resetting. There was nothing left to get. We were driving around the outside, and eventually we managed to reset the field just by clearing every single, and I mean every single fleck of spice sand. So we do the middle in these big strong lines where you go over it twice, and then we can do the outside in looping circles. You think the time we reset was because you brought your second crawler? Nah. There is a reset when you bring your second crawler initially, like this morning. No, I dropped you where you were for a reason. There's spice in front of you, you just might not be able to see it. A wizard drops you precisely where he means to. DJ Pandemic, when you're having to harvest every single stretch, it just makes it faster. These average that I've not seen that. We've seen fields sit for 6 hours which have been like 99% farmed. What I'm saying is there is no guaranteed best way. We are still testing. That's what this is. We want to harvest every single bit of spice. Going faster means that we can do that. Four people and turn a shield. We put down 10 thumpers. We fired rockets. We put people with Holtzmans on. There is no way that we have been able to tell by gathering, like creating stuff. So like we fired rockets. We've done thumpers which people have claimed have worked. We've done Holtzman shields that people have claimed have worked. We've driven around the rim. We've dropped buggies in it. The only thing we know that the devs have confirmed is that there is a time element. We know they reset after 8 hours. And there is a threshold of spice sand for each field that spawns. I fundamentally would be surprised if you harvested 100% of the field, every single grain of spice sand, there is not some kind of automatic reset, because the game recognizes that, okay, they've harvested all of that based on time. There's still X time, but there's 0 spice sand left. We will trigger on the ring mouth. And that's what we've seen 2 in a row so far. If we can do that 3 in a row, then we've got a little bit more evidence. So we just need to get this one to 100% harvested. It always seems to be the first of the day after resets as soon as a second crawler gets on it at the same time, which is really strange. But for the second and third ones of the day, they'll often be the entire run. That's what's been our limiting factor. It's been resetting our sand crawling aggro. Yeah, to make a tackle, we've seen that, but it's not just a matter of adding one, because remember we had 4 sand crawlers on the field at one point, and nothing was resetting, so we know it's not just add a sand crawler. Because that's not that simple, because as soon as you got 2 on, then that would trigger all the time, wouldn't it? We started with 1, then we had 2, then we had 3, then we had 2, then we had 3, then 2, then 1, then we went 2, 3, and then we had 4. So we climbed up a number of times. We staggered it a number of times because of the nature of how we were harvesting in like waves. And no one got a full harvester because I had to go back early. We've not got enough carefully controlled, oh, when you bring someone who's harvested a certain amount, it always resets. It only seems to be on the first field of the day that takes place, which is quite interesting. There's not been enough science on it. Even about 50 rings by myself, and like I've said, I've always had experience. It's either we get that field is almost cleared and the reset timer happens. We've got fields to 99% clearness happened. It was only the day we got 100% done. The field is glitch. We get 4 people and all repeatedly land at once, turn shield on until the worm comes, rinse repeat about 2 to 5 minutes, and reset. If this field gets low, we'll try it. We'll do it here on stream. There's more than 4 of us here, so we can obviously do 4 fields. I'm not saying that the timer didn't happen. I'm saying... Yeah, not listening. Not listening. I'm done. I'm not saying that I'm not saying it's anything to do with the timer. The timer has always worked for us. There are problems, like I say, the one that makes the most sense from a game mechanic point of view is harvesting every bit of spice sand will always trigger a reset. Based on how we know from what the devs have confirmed that there is an element of how much spice is harvested, there will be an element of time, there will also be an element of aggro, but we know that if we harvest all of it, we know that it's going to reset. Like you're going to have 1-2 scenarios once you guys get the bulk of that, like the deep purple and return with your spice if it hasn't reset within 5-10 minutes. Yeah, what you're describing is not the way that mechanic works. There's a lot of, oh, if you do this, then that happens sometimes. Like, what you're describing isn't definitive. Like I said, definitively, based on the way the mechanic works, if you harvest all of the spice sand from a field, it will reset. That will be a definitive rule. If that is a rule that's the case, it's something that you can easily repeat. You just need to make sure you're harvesting every single... To make a tackle, we did it the other day. Yeah, it just took a long time. We had to be really precise, but 2 fields in a row, once we got the last bit of spice, it all of a sudden reset. No, the second time, unfortunately, my stream had crashed because OBS had decided that it didn't want any more spice. That's fine, you've still got 10% on the utility module. Okay. Okay, so Freya, what you'll do now is if you get out of the sand crawler, you'll be on the side of it. Get your repair tool out and repair the spice container in the middle. Nice, then you can get it back into the vehicle. Well, yeah, until the last patch, sand crawlers didn't cause worm aggro, which is obviously a nice feature for the game. You know, those of people who are solo harvesting probably were quite happy with that, but unfortunately, that's not a thing anymore, and there have been a bunch of people who got caught out quite surprised. Yep. I can hear you guys in comms trying to guess at how much melange is in the melange tanks, and you know, I might have said earlier on stream that there was 48,000 melange in there, but there's actually, every time I jump in and do the Spice McDuck thing, there's slightly less because, you know, it gets lost on the on the character model, and some of it goes, you know, inside my mouth. Num 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 num. I just like melange, you know. Who doesn't like melange? It's not a problem. It's an enthusiasm. At the end of this, I'm going to need to. Oh, actually, wait, Small, are you in the carrier? Okay, I'm going to fly up, and we're going to do a combat change. Okay. So I will give us a countdown. I will then switch into one of the other seats. You will want to go into F1. Okay. In 3, 2, 1, switch. It didn't change me. Nice. Okay. Oh wait, you were already in the seat I tried to enter. That's quite funny. All right. 3, 2, 1, change. Perfect. Chat, the ads are about to start. I will be right back. I'm just going to nip to the loo. I will see you in a second. Hello, sorry about that. I am back. Sure. The site's fine. Not fine. That was great timing. I don't take my kit off, it's fine for this behavior. Nah. I'm wearing a stealth suit, I've got good water discipline. Okay, so yeah. Okay, I'm ready. Okay, thank you, game. It literally will not put me back in the driver's seat. No, no, put yourself back on the ground. Don't. Come on. Communicate or ask if you want me to try this. I'm trying to fix a problem. No, not you. It's just, it was Izuna doing something they shouldn't have done. Something just broke. If there wasn't an explosion, that's just no. That's just it's showing that your engine's getting better. If there's an explosion, you'll know about it. Yeah, if you want to fix that, then you need to get out of the sandcrawler when it's static and just repair the engine component. That was interesting. Didn't press C. Now, interestingly, I've not had this bug, and I've been using this carrier for 2 days. Okay. What are you doing? Okay. What are you stuck on? What are you doing, Small Mike? Use your words. Okay. Are you generating worm sign? Okay, have you got the Shigawai claw? You can't reach what? Well, if you're not generating worm sign, then you'll have to wait there until we turn around. I can't interrupt spicing operations for a small personnel issue like that. You've got your first assault of flower sand. The max flower sand is 1 sand short. Oh, that's just a known inventory bug with the limits. Yeah. Light Guide, you can make it into certain... There are certain things that you can make out of it, but yeah, I would agree that there is too... One can have too much spice residue. We've got 5 large containers of it. Well, it's very angry. Yeah, Arthur's... Yeah, that's not how this works. You can choose who you side with. Yes, das Pook. Yes. Is there any effect on gameplay depending on which you choose? No, das Pook. No difference in house at all, like for that kind of thing. It's literally just story. You'll unlock like cosmetics wise. You'll get access to both of them as well. It just depends on cost. It fundamentally does not actually change your gameplay experience which one of the two you choose at this stage. Well, it doesn't work that way, Arthur. And every time you ask, then I'm going to start charging you a fee now each time I have to correct you on it. The 500 spice melange fee every time that you try and bring the matter up. An irritation fee. Nearing full. Should be full. If it's not full, it's not full. We keep going. We get more spice. More spice, chat. Niff. The Dune Maxi is going very well, thank you, John O'Clock. Yeah. No, I haven't. This is my spice. He can get his own spice. Mine. My spice. I'm just thinking more about my desk setup, chat, and what I actually need and want. Go there, that could go there. Be sitting in the middle. Okay, and what do we do when we're out of fuel? Okay, someone needs to fly back and get more. Who is out of fuel? Look, because I'm not out of fuel. I've still got fuel on me. I, he is poor. I don't need to make him feel poor. He knows he's poor deep down when it comes to spice. I'm spice rich. I'm the spice enjoyer. The spice prince. You see some streamers looting cash from the chest real fast. How is that done? Space bar is quick loot. You're a crackhead.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Come on. Wait, how did you die? Like the cash, another one. Yeah, if the cash is the first item in the chest, then you press space. Like the first item, you can quick loot. So the Solari is always the first item in the chest. Spacebar just takes it out. Yeah, it's just the quick loot with spacebar. Yeah.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Sandballer. Not a problem. Happy to help. Enjoy your quick looting.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
I am looking forward to when we get the patch that's currently on the test realm pushed out, because there's a bunch of good changes in there. There's just some in there which I fundamentally disagree with. Yes, chat.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Oh, that's a big old central storm. Definitely saw a spot where I could put that down. Come on. Rude. That will do.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Just sit here and chill. We're looking for some of the changes in the upcoming deep desert patches and such. Like, just a few nice little quality of life things in there, which would be helpful. Okay, Twitch, well, that's working today. You need that. They stop taking all the goddamn risk out of the game, so listen to the community as a whole about some like endgame fixes, like they listen to the people who complain the loudest about getting ganked, but it's like part of what makes Dune great. It's really about OMG, I could lose everything I've got any moment. The problem is, C Savage, that yeah, you're on the side of the people, you're on the disagreement side. The people who disagree with you are going to say exactly the same thing they didn't want to listen to you at the start. Like, that's, you need to find a middle ground. You need to find something that works for both sides. You need to find something that is going to meet the requirements of both player groups. You can't just tell one side go fuck yourself, which is what they're currently doing to the PvPers. But like what you're saying there is go fuck yourself to the other way. Like, neither way works. They shouldn't have done it. Deep Desert should have retained a level of PvP to it, which sad to see that it didn't. Good morning, Jester Dave. How are you doing, buddy? It's good to see you. Oh. I'll do this. I agree. I think that the Deep Desert needs there needs to be Deep Desert engagement for the PvP players. PvP players have had everything taken away from them. Why would they want to play? They punished the PvP players instead of doing the right thing, like creating some people to actually PvP over. Well, I don't know. There was a lot of PvP activity which was not particularly good for new players. I disagree there, I'll be honest with you. I think PvP players should have been punished for the griefing they did. Whether you don't like, I know people won't like hearing it, but the way that PvPers were engaging with new players in the Deep Desert is no way to drive the health of a game long term. I'm gonna be real with you. I think that the Deep Desert change wouldn't have been needed had people actually taken part in a reasonable way. I don't think that the PvE change to the Deep Desert, where they made half of it PvE, would have happened if it hadn't been for toxic behaviors engaged in by PvP players. PvP players chose to act in that way because there was a lack of content for them, don't get me wrong. But the way that they chose to behave doesn't really work out, doesn't really track through. There wasn't anything in there. They decided to take their PvP at the expense of PvE players, which pissed everyone off. our experience on our PV and our private world is very different from the public world. New players trying to log into the worlds like the public worlds had, they got absolutely abused. Absolutely abused. Yes, I get it, but it doesn't save me any time. Not really. I don't really care. I quite like clicking around. I think we can. No, it's up to, I think it's. I think. I don't think we can say the internet's always going to bring out maximum toxicity. I think that players chose to act in a certain toxic way on a lot of what's going on. I'm not going to blame the internet. I'm going to. It was on the players. Like, we could have done better. Fine. The devs should have given us more stuff, but like we didn't like people didn't have to form up massive mega groups of 200 man spamming rocket thopters in the deep desert like that. Come on. Early exploit often approaches as well. Like, nah, not the one. Not gonna work. Don't agree with it. I think that the community didn't portray themselves in a very good light in June. PvP in the game is dead because they drove up all the PvEers who might have been interested in... Like, the game didn't give PvP a lot of a chance, sure, but the PvP players are what killed it for themselves. You wipe out incoming players, no one ever grows to the stage where they'll challenge you, so you're just punching down the entire time. Okay, you're gonna have to start driving now rather than being turned around on this, because we need to... You basically start driving across the rim of the here and clearing off what's been missed on here now. Well, everything you're doing tickles the worm, but yeah, just driving around, making sure you gather up every bit of spice that's inside the ring of the mouth, and then you'll go down the line here, and you basically just do it in loops. Imagine that the players being responsible for the actions of the players. Couldn't be us online. That's why I'm so strongly against the toxicity that's happened on our server. What are you doing? What are you doing? Come on. Just drive in lines. Just drive in lines. You're just driving in lines and clearing it off. You're not... So just drive forward and then just turn down, obviously, this path, and then come down on this line. Okay, but now you're... You are just driving like you were before, but don't miss any spice. But you're just going down this line, like this line here, all the way down towards the end. You just, yeah. I'm just trying to fix the whole field. Online games are always going to have toxic people. That doesn't have to be the case. Those toxic people should be banned and cleared out. Ban the toxic players who are breaching terms of service. Do that. Enforce your terms of service. If you're going to have rules, enforce them. When people break them, that is on them. So the people who are exploiting and breaching terms of service get kicked out, like they're gone. You'll keep the ecosystem more healthy. But that doesn't mean that it's the devs' fault for the players' toxicity. The devs being the devs dealing with toxicity is a different problem. I know people don't like the moderate first answer for that, but that is the way it is. Okay, so here you'll probably want to You'll probably want to cut across these... No, don't go up there yet. Don't leave the room yet. You're going to drive from here across to there. There'll be gaps that aren't efficient, but you want to just start clearing off some of these spikes of spice that have been left behind. Yeah, basically just working down the tips of those spikes. And then down the long line on the far side, like the interrupted spice field line across the middle. And eventually you'll end up smoothing out the whole of the spice field. The next point would be like here-ish, yeah. So you shouldn't have cut in as far, yeah, you shouldn't have cut in as far as you did. Just go for the tips and just work them down until you're getting the long straight line. Not about being hyper efficient, it's about getting every bit of spice. That's the focus. Yeah. Just the tips. What do you ask me to accept as a reality? I didn't. Oh, you're talking to each other. Okay. You now owe me 500 spice. Thank you very much, Arthur. West Melange, I'd be clear. I could see where the edges are. Oh yeah, well yeah, online behavior is always going to be toxic, but it doesn't mean that it should be assumed. It doesn't mean that it's any kind of excuse or any kind of, oh, the devs are at fault because the players were toxic. No, the players were toxic. That's a problem. That's a separate problem. It's a unique problem. Stands alone, above and independent of any other problem. People shouldn't be toxic. Done. Next problem, devs should be enforcing their terms of service. That's the 1,000 you now owe me, Arthur. I've never agreed or accepted this debt. Or the interest that you've charged, so that's why this goes up. My fee. No, Arthur can type in chat other things, as long as they're not related to this fake debt issue. Because you're incurring fees. I didn't agree to any kind of contract for interest, and I don't actually recall that you haven't been paid. I don't know. Mentioned it again. Twice. 2,000 melange owed. I'm not saying you have a different perspective because you work in tech, dude. I know, dude. I work in. My background is legal. Do you think I don't take into account that people are going to fuck up or not going to follow the rule? I'm just saying it's not an excuse or any kind of that's something you can hold against the dev that the players were dickheads. You can't. I can't. You know what? I hate the police. People are going around committing robberies. Well, if you're not arguing it, what discussion are you having with chat members? Like, because as far as I don't understand what the discussion is about. Is if you say that you're agreeing, what are we discussing? The real streamer is likely out and about, asleep on somewhere, asleep on a surface. Oh yeah, but that isn't the case. They have planned for toxic behavior. That's why they have the terms of service. They have a reporting function. They have all kinds of control systems in place. So they have assumed and planned for toxic behavior. But like, where's the line on that? How much do you plan for a player's toxic behavior? Because they will always go further than you put systems in place to stop. That's the nature of how that works. They will always go further than the ruling is. So you're asking how long is a piece of string and how far somebody should go to stop players being toxic. Well, don't give them chat. Well, you know, they'll find a way to do it without using chat. Well, then don't give them a way to interact in a multiplayer environment. So they have planned for toxic behaviors. Players just went more toxic than they expected. Which is what happens every single time. In every game. So it's not on the devs. It's just that they need to enforce things more. It's not like some big systemic issue or some big failing. It's just that now things have to get dealt with. You have to deal with the reality that players were going to be dicks. Realistically, as soon as somebody on our servers said racial slurs, they were reported by a human to a human. They were acted upon. They were given a talking to, and they chose to keep going. And then they got their account wiped every 6 or 12 minutes, depending on the tick rate. Oops. Like I said, there are servers out there which are very chill, which are public, which haven't had the same problems. It's down to player behavior on those servers that some of those problems have happened. But if you look up any game online of Dune's type, look up Rust, look up DayZ, look up, you know, look at WoW private servers, look at Minecraft. Like, you have the same problem in every single location. What matters is what the server owner and provider does with that behavior. That's down to communities. If you're going to have a community server or you're going to create a community, you have to moderate your community. Gouliat, no, there is currently no way of doing server transfers. That's something they are looking at and working on, but as an example, an irradiated core wouldn't sell on our server. It wouldn't sell that on the market. If you sold that on Harmony, 70,000 Solari. Merging servers and moving characters is not only going to be a matter of making it technically work so you don't lose stuff, but also a way of balancing the economies between those two areas. So, for example, how do you move somebody who's got 2 billion Solari over on Harmony over to one of our worlds where like 1 million Solari is a lot? How do you balance that as the dev? Delete all Solari. Okay, so before you move, you change all of that Solari into Plastinium or Tier 6 blueprints. You know, you change it to assets instead before you start the server transfer process. How do you do it? Oh, you're talking about this one. Block all trade before surprise merge. Okay, so you're forcing players to merge. What you've described as the worst form of player merge ever, because you're gonna give people a choice on where they merge to, which is a #1 problem, that people want to be able to merge to go with their friends. Surprise merge means people don't get to prepare for it, so they don't get to know about downtime when they log in and all of their stuff has changed. What you've described, surprise merging worlds in a forceful way, is the worst way of doing server merges. Except, Baron, that's not necessarily the case, because what you would find is that you'll find that people will manipulate the market, and all of a sudden stuff will be worth far less, so you'll end up with a crashing market, because no one's wanted to buy Plastinium, because there are no players left on the server. It doesn't... What you're talking about doesn't work. Goods don't negate the inflated price. You've got a server that's got 400 people on it, 400 people harvesting Plastinium and selling it at their market rate. Even if their market rate is 10 times the value, there will be more Plastinium in the market supply-wise. It's not that perfect. It's not a perfect system. The norm, Blizzard is a surprise force merging. That's what Blizzard's background is, but that's not the type of game that this is. This is not the WoW experience where you should have roughly the same experience on every server based on kind of story, all the stuff that you're fed to, because it's a linear game. That's not how Dune is at all. I don't know. The devs obviously see a lot more than we do, and they'll have an idea of how this fits together, but like a lot of us are just throwing random ideas out there that don't really work, and the devs need time to sort through what does and doesn't work for them. Yeah. But imagine getting a surprise force merge on a Dune server. That would be the worst. I don't even know how that would... I hate that. Yes. I'm going to be real with you. If you were upset about Conan and you didn't trust Funcom from the start, why did you buy Dune? I don't trust CCP as a developer. I won't play any game by CCP. I don't know. Thank you for now owing me 3,000 melange in total, Arthur. I'm sure there are a bunch of people out there who've had bad experiences with games, and you no longer trust the developer to act in the best interest of the players. Fine. why would you buy a game by them again? For talking about it to a non-informed third party, it's now actually going to double your debt. So you're now also at 6,000 plus the 500 annoyance fee. So you're now at 6,500. Sorry, bud. Damages, you understand? Given that we now both owe the equal amount, we could obviously just offset that. You know, I'm fine with that. What? Okay, James Brown, I'll tell you what, if you can show me the terms I signed, then we can go from there. A reciprocal tariffs, so you're starting a trade war? Okay, if you drive along this line on the upper line of this room here, but basically follow the circle. Follow my little circle. Sabu going. No, we will wipe this. We will wipe this specific debt and any related debt or fee incurred, and the next time will be treated as a completely separate issue matter, if there is any debt incurred whatsoever. Because debt would need to be agreed to in advance. That's the offer. It's not settling it until. Was. Oh. Sweet. Good agreement. No debt. Gotta stay hydrated, chat. What's that, small mate? You owe me 500 spice. No, I don't think that's the case. You can prove that if you want by bringing your contract to me and we'll have a look. If you want to make that claim, bring the evidence. What did I think of F7? It's a good key on the keyboard, but it's just not used enough. It's a fun, you know, it's a fun area. The loot's quite nice. It was nice this week. I need to go and do Golf 7 at some point today. I think. Is it Golf 7? F5 is overused, yeah. I mean, it's definitely not prime time right now, given that it's, what, 8 a.m. Pacific time? Not even? (6:30 a.m.), so it's even earlier than I thought it was today. Takes time to learn, doesn't it, right, Mr. Dave? Bones had to learn how you uniquely misspell stuff. It's great. I find it really funny. I am confident that given time, they will have a fun game which is enjoyable to play and people can drop in and out of as they need to, which needs to give it time to cook. You're literally driving over spice right now. It's just spice on the wind. Oh, you guys are going up there, okay. What are you guys doing up there? Yeah, there is, but like, why didn't you go down the? We're not doing that rim yet. No, that's the end job. That's. You're halfway through now. Just continue with doing what you're doing. Grandfather. That's fine. It means we get fresh spice in a bit. Just wait until we get back to base. I mean, if you think about where you were driving with the spice, you were just driving through the middle of the field because there was spice on your left and on your right. You weren't getting an outer edge of any kind. So we were working the outer edge as we went around the rim and then the inner edge as we got back into the circle. So you just decided So either you should have just worked down the inside more, or started right on the outside edge, which was further outside of where you were. That would have been the better one. That's the problem. That's why I always say do the inside, and then once you're done with the inside, where you've got the visual spice, then you have to drive around the rim multiple times and basically clear out all of the stuff that's outside of the obvious ring mouth circle. Yeah. There's an art to it. It's definitely a silly. I would like to sandcrawler now. How many people have we got around for harvesting operations? Well, there's a third carrier here. So, okay. Smallmite can do the flying. Smallmite can do the carrying, and then you can learn as you go along. Oh, your wings threw me as well. Did we not? Oh, you've already emptied the sandballer. Okay. That Regis container is fucked. So is the Walker Sandcrawler engine, Jesus. Everyone should be buying one every time anyway. That's an individual responsibility. Not... Any thoughts on where I see new melee swords? Replica been meta for too long? Oh, you mean, I don't know we're actually going to see new weaponry. I don't think there's any dates on that. I mean, we got new cosmetics and such, but like, there's no news on when we're going to get tier 7, etc. Okay, I need to drop out from Foxtrot. They did mention dual blades. Yeah, they mentioned different weapon types, but not specifically new melee swords. That's what they're asking about, Pan Miyagi. They were asking about when they can see like a replacement for replica pulse sword. But I'll be honest with you, replica pulse sword can get messed up by rapier. So... There. The tread wheel is indeed unlocked at the aluminium tier. Yes, Pan Miyagi. There we go. E4 into E3. So what I've just done there is I've just flown into Delta 3, in Echo 3, because the 3-4 lines are server transfer. Even though we don't have the same server transfer visible signs anymore, that should refresh this field if it's going to start bubbling for me. Crossing the server should give me a better refreshed field. Otherwise, going from F4 into E5, which is my base, doesn't actually have a server transfer. So the fact that this changes to start bubbling wouldn't have actually happened if this is the case. That way I can check it. See that there's obviously no bubbling here. That's too close to be indigo. Sometimes we had to put 4 crawls in a field to get it to reset. Yeah, that's... Sometimes we have to do X is not a consistent respawn strategy. If you tell me that always putting 4 crawlers on will get a field to reset, first of all, I'll tell you you're wrong because we've done it. Second of all, you're not... the sometimes part is... consistent. If you can give me a consistent reset, then I'll listen. Sometimes it resets when I do X, doesn't make sense. We know that there are 2 definitive ways that the worm is reset. We know that there is the devs have confirmed that there is a reset timer based on a time, 8 hours, which we know. There is also a reset timer based on when spice is, an amount of spice harvested per field. That's what we've been told. Small might, RTB. I know we are 2 for 2 on fully harvesting a field of every single drop of spice sand, and it resets. That's pretty good so far. Yeah, well, that's because that field has a certain amount of spice sand to be harvested. That was the amount that's supposedly what it would be. That's what it's looking like. That's what the devs have said. But like the guarantee that if you get to 100%, it will reset is what we're checking. That's what we need to check. We won't always get up to 100%. But it's always 8 hours. We've seen, as far as we can tell. We know there are consistent rules in place. It's just a matter of what is the consistent rule we're looking for. Smoky Smokerson, that's what we've always been told. Yeah, as far as I understand it, I've not normally counted them because if I'm on a spice harvesting rampage, you bet your ass I'm not waiting 8 hours. But no, num 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 num. I'm gonna eat it all. Yeah, I've never taken 8 hours to destroy a sand field in my life, and I'm not starting now. It takes you 8 hours to get the grandfather worm. Then weak. See, you've seen the grandfather contaminants after it blew with 3 crawlers, so now you're talking about reset based on the amount harvested. This is I hate having this conversation because people just like only listen to half of it and then come back in being like, it's 10-minute time. No, it's not a 10-minute timer. There is a amount harvested timer for that field as it generates. That's what you're talking about there. Don't get the two confused. Christ. If anyone has seen the timer be beyond 8 hours, so be it. If it's less than 8 hours, it's likely not to do with the reset timer, is it? That's what we're saying. Does your server have 3 instances like Harmony, which you're on? No, we've got 15 servers. Bill wasn't 3/4 con when he came. Oh my god. I'm not saying I'm saying that for every single field there is a number called X. X is amount of sand harvested before the field resets. There is also separately an 8-hour timer on a sandworm on a ringmouth field, from what I've been told. Again, we've not tested that 8-hour fact. I'm just parroting what I've been told for that one. When you are harvesting with 3 crawlers, that is more likely to be you've harvested X rather than, oh, you've just magically changed an 8-hour timer which appears to be static. That's what this is it. There's a difference in there. That's cause and effect. When you get to this as an option for instance 1 to 3, okay. Is your visual bug not being able to see the sandcrawler properly? No, I mean that's a genuine question. Is the visual bug that you're talking about the LOD issue on the sandcrawler? Okay. I've already done that. You'll just need to wait for Small Mite to be actually in the vehicle. No. It was a why you slow me down harvesting spice meme. It is entirely possible that when a new sand crawler is added, that finds it could be that there's a new sand crawler which hasn't been previously harvested on there. Says, oh yeah, you've now hit a new X figure, and it automatically harvests. That could be happening. Which would make sense why sometimes when adding another sand crawler means that you've got a It's like you guys knew that I was going to run off. Jennifer, I believe the 8 hours starts from the spice blow, but you're talking about a couple of minutes there. You're correct, that one wasn't you, that was Small Mite. I didn't blame you, Sabu. Exactly, so yeah, you're talking about problems there that relate to the economy in Harmony, which means that you can't, like, server merges for exactly that reason. Like, items on that server go for 1 billion Solari. We have this is considered quite a lot for our server, mostly because we don't tend to use money. We don't tend to use Solari for the purchase of items very often. Our market is not particularly saturated. Most people are out solo farming. Everyone can get every resource they need to. There's very little reason to compete or to basically clash because they've taken away the reasons for PvP, to be honest with you. Like, oh, I can move into this seat now. And I can probably take this off because I have a theory that this is getting broken by my use of the thopters. Here we go. Now we can sit back and relax for our flight. Oh. I love it when the pilot of the carrier alt-tabs into chat to blame a moderator for that person who's talking in chat dropping the streamer. That's some great deflection there. Welcome, welcome to the executive board. That's moderator tier behavior. Good job. But you know when you've had like half an idea and you're still thinking something through and you keep getting distracted by that idea. Like, I'm still mentally planning my office layout, and every now and then I get like ooh, maybe I could put it that way. I could put something in the, because I've realized that I could put all of the swords and stuff that's in a really convenient spot in the corner once I put everything in. It's just it will be difficult for me to get to my airbrush, just to say, like, that will be a bit of a concern. But I also, like, if I'm getting the airbrush out, I'm going to be setting up for that, because obviously that's going to need ventilation, so...
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
That's just the Coriolis storm, don't worry about it. I kind of want to start, like, my Warhammer streams up. I kind of want to get that sorted, because I'm a big... I want to get back into doing my 40k. I want to start assembling them and painting them. Although, I do have a question for this chat, like, because me just painting away is not going to be that engaging, and I will be focusing on the painting as well as reading chat. But, like, would you want me to, like, watch something... like, would you want to like watch like a lore stream, for example, at the same time, like a looting video, if I can do that? I'd prefer to put it small in the corner and for you to have to listen to it more than watch it, but like something to give you guys a bit more of understanding of what it is that I'm painting, maybe. So, like, if I'm painting a dreadnought, they could be maybe talking about what a dreadnought is, that kind of thing. Would you guys enjoy that more? I know that your goblin brains want to watch Subway Surfers at the same time. I wouldn't be able... A 40k audiobook would be very different. I'm not sure I would have the rights to broadcast that. We could do a K explains during it, because if I set up my my foot pedals... I have an Elgato foot pedal, which is a device that is quite fun. I could basically just push a foot down and I can just pause. I can just basically pause what it is we're watching, and I could talk about it and explain it without having to put down my miniature, without having to reach across, without having to drink my paint water. Yeah, so that would be like a doable thing. I don't believe Audible has rules that allow for streaming of content. Spill my Nuln oil everywhere. I have a confession here. Touch wood. Just making sure I'm touching wood. Touch wood. I have not spilled a bottle of Nuln oil. I drink it instead. No, it's different. Have you ever dipped your paintbrush in like your tea, all kinds of stuff? The white monster cans are actually full of Nuln oil, correct. Stop faffing around and put me down on the sand. I want the spice. Thank you. What do you mean I'm the worst boss? I'm just keen on spice, okay? I care about spice deeply. You can't, there's no interventions allowed. You have to pay me 500 melange for an intervention attempt. The surcharge. No, you're clear. Who needs visibility when all you need to be able to see is the spice? I got distracted by doing the sniff and went too fast. Uppies. Ah, you turned. That was a quick summon. I don't know if anyone else is hauling Sabu. I didn't ask anyone else to haul, but some people may have done so out of the kindness of their hearts. It's normally Charon who ends up accidentally hauling. Drop me. Fine, that'll do. That'll do. That'll do. Just gonna split the field, that's all I'm doing. Luckily, this is Small Knight flying rather than Sabu. We're under attack. It's a high-speed collision. Pull an ambulance. But now I'm free. No. Puppies. I'm glad that you guys enjoy my fake horror. And now I would like, you know, anyone out there, I'm down for being in Fast and Furious, just so you know. There is, yeah. I'll show you when we're down on the floor, Das Pook, but oh god, that's close. No, why? No, bad. We have 0 voting power because I've not taken part this week. We are indeed Smoky Smokerson. What are you doing? How far else does this go? What the hell? This is how far out the spice comes. Yeah, my spice is literally just going up as I'm driving along out here. Look at that. So it comes out way further than one might think in certain areas. So this is what I mean, like, when I say that when you have to harvest the whole field to reset it, like, this is why it took us such a long time to harvest such a large area. I need to do more worm math. Can you set a speed in auto? No, I am one day hopeful that we can do that. So I can just do this. Yeah, having preset speeds that you could like change between like a gear would be quite nice. You might be here in the other carrier. Puppies. Oh yeah, I can see my own spice pattern outside the field. I think it might be a square. Just drop me. Yeah, but I'm gonna grab this little... No, no. Down. I'm gonna grab this little fleck in the middle that's been missed. Maximum spice regain. That's the whole point. If you treat every single one of these like we might have to go over every single little bit of spice, that's like that. Then we have the chance of actually resetting and doing a lot of these. We might end up at the stage where I'd say to everyone, take the spice that you can carry home. I'm just Dave. It seems to be that once you reach the threshold and rewards, it adds it to an invisible inventory within that person and like within that Landsrad house. And then when you go like 1 week later, 3 weeks later, you can get all of those turn-ins at once. And I know that because I handed in 3 weeks in a row. I handed in something to House Miracle and didn't claim it. And yet I got 30,000 Solari at one point for doing it because I got just the 10,000 Solari reward just to test it. So yes, that's a thing. There's an invisible inventory and I haven't tested the limits on what, like how much can be stored in that yet. You still haven't gotten the concept of the sand crawler? A maximum spice efficiency. If you're not going to be the spiciest boy in the field, what is the point? 100% spice reclamation. That is the Chronos promise. Uppies. It might not be a square. It might actually be a bestigan. My god. Drop me. No, drop me. Thank you. Have to be my natural spiced environment. The Spiced Prince. $11,250 is what each Regis container holds, yeah. The largest storage container in the game, I believe. And then some. Okay, right, I need to now switch to this. Sorry. I need to switch into auto drive and do this. Let's find out when we stop getting spice. Blowing. Stops. Not getting any there. That's getting some. Absolutely no visual indicator. That pops it out. Oh wait, yes there is. Cutscene close there. This is really confusing. So that's not, but is this section? Uppies, please. Thank you. Don't want to die during worm science. It's fascinating to see. Comes in tight here. Good morning, Chiefer. How are you doing? The population on our server varies between about 40 and 80, I think, depending on the time of day. About, I think 400 is the cap across 15 servers. So it's not huge. Yeah, so there is still spice there. This is really strange. Oh, you can see the spice twinkling. Oh, okay, I guess so. That's not very usable for steering, though. I'm gonna be honest. Like, you can't even do it. Yeah, it's not. What I would like is if they could basically give us a visual filter. Like, basically you press a button and your overlay goes phosphorescent and any spice particles are highlighted. The game knows where the spice particles are, so it's doable from a... Like, the game knows it. It's just about making it visible. If... Is that the bug happening, or are you just getting sloppy with the C key? It's just highly suspect that it's a bug that I've not had until today when someone else used the carrier. So. Oh no, it's not you. It's ever since Small Mike got into the carrier, it started acting funny. Puppies. Puppies. Be right back. Okay, down. It's a delivery I needed. What? No, those, I've not got those, no. The delivery was, another mounting arm for lights. Because one thing they don't tell you, when you think about a chroma key like green screen, you kind of think about it simply, but like actually lighting that screen consistently is also not easy. So I just need to mount a light in a different place, and unfortunately all of my light mounts were vertical ones, and I need to have a horizontal arm. But then I can light Bailey better. But when I went to go put down the package in the other room, I just looked over at my armchair and just there's a meow, and he's just there sprawled out on the blanket, which I leave on my chair so that he can sleep on it overnight. So he's pretty happy. He was just a bit like, sup. I was like, okay, fine, bud. Okay, you are comfy as the minute. What's important is that Bailey is happy at the end of the day. See, actually, I disagree that I'm rearranging his rooms uppies. Because the deal that we seem to have is that the outside of the house is his, and the inside of the house is mine, but he's allowed there. That's kind of how he treats it. But, like, he'll ask for things inside the house, but if he wants to get outside, or if I am outside, there's no asking, it's he tells me how it is. Like, that's how this is. Like, so he'll tap the window and let me know, right, you should be letting me out of this. He will wait to be asked, like, to be told that he can sniff something inside the house. But if I have the same snack outside the house, he would probably just try and take it. So I think inside the house is mine, outside the house is his. I think the dampened treads do work better, yes. Down. No, Yuxicol Thor has not been back in the game since then. So when the game gets changed and there's more content that he wants to play and enjoy, then maybe that will happen. When I say maybe, it will happen. At some point. It's just a matter of when. Personally, I'm hoping for the day that he's back in this. Like, he's back in the game. There's like 3 months time, right? It's all been updated. There's a bunch of new end game. There's new content. There's new lands, rad. Like, the whole system's been changed. He's in all of his best gear, and he's forgotten that I said next time we were sand crawling, he should drop me into a sandworm. So he isn't suspecting it when I do it. Which is, I think, more of a gift for me. In the long run, I think that is more of a gift for me. I think that's even better. Yes. He did volunteer. He thought it would be good content. So, you know, I think that when he's forgotten that he volunteered, because, you know, it will have been multiple months and streamer's vision is based on movement. I haven't mentioned it to him for a long time. Nom, 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 nom. Okay. Yeah, if you're going to lose your carrier or crawler, it has to be done on stream. That's just good content. It's just, I don't want you losing stuff like that. Like if we're doing this 2-man harvesting and you do it off stream, like if you lose stuff, that's not allowed. You can only lose it on stream, so it's good content. That's the rules. Yeah. No, if you lose it off stream, it means that you're not going to get it reimbursed. If you lose it on stream, I might consider giving you a donation of a single melange. Depends on how... Depends on the circumstances of the loss, you understand. Nope. Elsewhere. Elsewhere. No. I didn't say up. Oh. There was worm 800 meters away, not coming towards us, charging at someone else. That's why I said not yet, multiple times. Put me down. There you go. Now that worm is free to roam, it will probably come here. And if it does come here, I won't have harvested any spice because I've just been picked up twice when I didn't want to be. Stop it. Getting in the way of my spice. Now, uppies. There you go. That's the trigger. There's a difference. Fine. We've had 82 meter breaches before. You'll learn. You'll learn. See? Can't be so scared. That's the trick. That's the trick. Yeah. Exactly. I'm just teaching them, Vost, although the person who was doing it should know better. Are you seeing crash ships, Anidas? I haven't seen any this week. Yes, I've been seeing them in Gulf 2. I've been seeing crash ships this week. Feel free to ask any question you want, yeah. I'd like to be clear, Vost. I am chill, but like the person I'm talking to knows that they should be doing better because this is not, that was not normal piloting. They shouldn't be this jumpy. Have you got a controller plugged in? So you're trying to play it with your controller. It says gamepad left shoulder instead of left button I1. Right, it's a lowercase L on stream is not the easiest thing to read in the number next to it. So what you're saying is it's just showing you the wrong button configuration for your controller. That's the problem. I'm going to be real with you. Yeah, I've not used controller, so I'm not really the person to ask. If you wanted to show the key inputs for some reason it'll be reading it as, you know, the other type of controller. I don't know why that is. Have you put in a bug report? Because it might be a bug report. I'm going to be real with you, Fleet Fire Gaming. If you are having a bug with the game, you should be doing their bug report system via their Discord. Us troubleshooting it via my Discord is genuinely not the best place for you to resolve an in-game bug. I'm going to be real with you. There's very little that I can do, especially while live playing, to troubleshoot your controller not showing the correct button UI for the type of controller. That sounds like a Funcom bug to be reported. That's nothing that we can do. Like, if it was a server problem, then so be it. But yeah, I don't think there's anything that we can do there troubleshooting that wise. I think you are actually better suited reporting it to Funcom, who will tell you how to fix it if it's something related. Because it sounds like it's a problem within the game reading which controller you're using or which input device you're preferring. Hello, Uncommoner. Uppies are going well, thank you. We're on our 3rd spice field, which have all, only been half fields. Uppies. Oh, too fast there. Nice transistorone. I mean, Uncommon, I can understand why you don't want to be in the deep desert with the way that it sounds, especially if you're not on our server. Because I think, Uncommon, are you on public servers? If I recall correctly. Oh no, you're on Turget. In that case, yeah, you should definitely come and join us out in the deep desert. Like, there's not much, there's very little to be afraid of. Like, apart from, Sabu and me, as long as you don't fly over an active ringmouth, you're only aluminium tier. Maybe get yourself your first assault ornithopter first, and then fly out would be my advice. You might do a few flower runs. Fair enough. Flower runs are always worth doing, but you could come get some spice. No, I didn't say that, James Brown. I said that you should look out for Sabu and just let us know if you're going to fly over the ringmouth. Is it more efficient for time maintenance going slow and scooping it all up in one pass than it is rally racing the crawlers at Minoak? No. Practically, in the grand scheme of things, just running at full pelt going back and forth is probably just as fast, if not faster. But if you get to the stage where you have to harvest every single bit of sand to reset the belt, which is what we are currently doing some spice testing on, then that might be a very, very different approach. So it might depend on what spawn you get for spice. So we're currently testing out invisible spice at the edge of the spice field. As you can see, we're getting spice, but it doesn't actually look like there's any spice that we're driving over. And like, we can see how far this goes outside of the rim of the ringmouth because we're now up on the ringmouth rim. And it stops immediately here. Whereas further around, you see we're recouping. So if we're working on the basis of we need to gather all of the spice sand, there's a small amount here that appears to be missed. Our worms are also less aggressive because we've got dampened sand crawler treads. Remember that. It is not really any more visible on foot, no. Do you think it's a collection of tight ovals from the center of the mouth? To be honest with you, for a while it was looking like a square, but it kind of looks more like a hexagon now. I don't know. I might ask the devs if we can actually get confirmation on like where all the worm kind of mouths like are, because it's kind of a weird bit of worm science that we don't actually. You'd think that they'd have developed some kind of way of seeing the spice highlighted in some way. You know, like for example, making it glow with a phosphorescent view through the visor. You know, having a version of like a black light which makes spice glow. That's a thing. Yeah, exactly. We need a giant comb from Spaceballs. Yeah, yeah. Exactly. I'm glad. Welcome to the executive board, Null Wolf. Now you're thinking. Now you're thinking with portals. Have I tried prescience? Like prescience to see the sand? I haven't, but I don't. It doesn't highlight the spice anymore. Yeah, we are getting spicer. Uppies. Whoop. What you mean almost petal shaped? Is that what you're saying? Sorry, chat. I was just reviewing my some stuff for TwitchCon. I'm doing a presentation on moderation, and therefore I was just reviewing the notes quickly that we're providing to Twitch on dealing with a particularly difficult topic. Yeah, so at TwitchCon, it's called Moderation Matters. It's on the Saturday. Myself and a couple of other kind of key core awesome people, to be fair. Other moderators, excuse me. Other content creators like who you know moderate their own communities. There'll be a Twitch ambassador. There'll be a few people, and a few cool people. Be cool to do a talk with. But one of the key areas we're covering off is crises and controversies, which I have one or two small bits of experience dealing with now, both in the corporate world and outside of it. And so there's a few things in there. Luckily, it's only a 40-minute talk, so you haven't got to listen to me talk for hours. Hello, Kaibo Colwind. Great to see you as always, bud. How are you doing? I am doing a presentation, yes. I'm doing one of the talks at TwitchCon about moderation. So we'll be talking about things like mental health crises, like how do you manage the mental health of a moderation team? When do you ban someone? When do you time someone out? When do you warn them? Like what the thresholds are on that? You know, how that works between communities. I have some great memes for that one. At the very least, I will record it. Uppies. Either I will be recording it myself. It will likely be live streamed. Most of them, I believe, are. If not, it'll be recorded. Otherwise, I will ask somebody in the audience to record it using like my phone and my gimbal, for example. Or I can just set that up at the back of the room and kind of record the whole show. I'll find a way of getting it to you guys. Don't worry. If you can't watch it live or there's no VOD of it, I'm sure we can make it work. Not a problem. Do I sell spice and other resources? If people want stuff, they just need to come and like ask for it. If I've got something, I'm happy to sell it in the game, and I have an idea of what a reasonable price is, but mostly just to keep the server healthy, because I know full well that if I set an unreasonably like low price to someone, other people on the server who don't have the same kind of like, you know, community support, you know, they're not playing in a group, like they can't meet that price. So I try and keep the prices a little bit kind of market friendly so that they can, if they are selling stuff, get like their value out of it. Like there are some people I know who only they only harvest melange from smalls in their in Haga, and so, you know, while I could let spice go for like one each, it wouldn't be fair to the whole server or the economy if I just went in and absolutely undermined them all. If you've got a scammer in my Discord, put in a mod ticket. We've got a tickets channel. Oh shit, I've can't see the spice. Dragon Rider, thank you very much for the resub, tier 1. You are a legend. 4 months is incredible. Thank you very much for that love and support, buddy. What's that, Nullwolf? You want a loan of 2,500 melange? What kind of interest rate are you willing to pay? Is it possible to farm with the Sand Carrier solo? I would say safely, no. You could, but you're taking a lot of risk. Nah, I wouldn't do a payday loan. Nullwolf's cool. I charge them a normal rate loan, like 100, no, not 100%. How do I feel about vehicle recovery proposal? I think that given all of the bugs around vehicle ownership and spawning and all kinds of things, it was kind of natural they were going to do it. Ultimately, it's a little PvE friendly. I think it is a little bit careberry to always be able to recover stuff, but as long as there's a cost to it, I won't mind. There does need to be like a reclamation cost or a resource cost to rebuild it or something. It can't just be a, here's your vehicle back for free with zero kind of cost. It needs to teach the player a lesson as to not losing it or to not risk it in PvP, for example. I think it's fair to be able to get them back, but like if it's to a bug, that's different. There's a process for that. If it's you've lost it and it's gone somewhere and you don't know where it is, it shouldn't really be that simple. So I'm hoping that they're tying some cost to it. 20% hit each time you lost it. That's a good hit. There you go. Done. I couldn't remember what the actual the deal was when it was reimbursed, elected. Go into reverse. Babu, give me them screenshot. Face blurred. Sorry. Moderator mode is engaged and you've got a sore throat, so apparently I sound like this today. I'm Batman. I'm Batman. Brian Hobbit in the morning. I'm not possessed. You can't prove it. No exorcism will save you, chat. When I get overspiced, we get this. The Spice Lord rises. Uppies for the Spice Lord. One second, I'm reaping souls. They've been slain for their impudence. How dare you DM art scam in my... Okay, we can go down now. Obviously, Charon's having a rest today, which is probably good. Well earned. Hope you're doing well today, Dragon. Hello, Valencia. How are you doing? No, I'm not soloing. We have we've got a group together. I've got a couple of co-pilots, etc. above. We've actually got a carry pilot and a fly along today. No. Everyone knows that you're not an AI. You're lacking the second word. Whether or not I would keep and collect and train and raise thinking machines isn't really relevant. What I do in my free time on Arrakis is largely my own business, and don't go into the hidden catacombs beneath my base. It's just that simple. Oh, well, congratulations, Dragon. I hope that you have a lovely anniversary, bud. Thank you for stopping by, and I hope that she enjoys herself too. Some gecko insurance? You mean what? Insurance for my...
Lizard.
Is there a point when the worms will come? Yes. We're kind of overdue a worm visit, I'm going to be honest with you. Oh, it's because there's only one of us. Okay. The worms will be here soon, I'm sure. We are generating a small amount of worm aggro. You have to remember that we have got the, the best and most upgraded treads in the game for keeping sand disturbance down on the worms. Nope, this is a pilot. I can run away from them. It's quite fun. I mean, something I would obviously never do. I would never fly, never run away from my pilot. I hold to the fact that some of the best carrier training that our pilots ever got was when we would run away from them. I think that's taught them to be better carrier pilots because they now know a bit more about the movement of the crawler, but also it's trained their response times very well. But oh no, Kronos is running away again. Shit, come back. I don't think they would ever let you control both of them at the same time. I think the balancing of it is that it's two people. If you are looking for somebody to, to sand crawler with, just ask on the Dune server. There's a bunch of people who are willing to get together and do sandcrawler. They might only have half the set, or they might have the full set. They just need a pilot. Come along and drive the sandcrawler for someone. Yeah, if you're wanting to learn how sandcrawling works, you can get. Nah, that's a nice to have, uppies. It's a nice to have, like having the crawler seat free. Like if you can have it free, you should. But if you're learning to do what we're doing here, you're better off being in the carrier anyway, because the carrier can see what the sandcrawler pilot is doing, just in the same location. They can also see the carrier, but you can't see the carrier from a sandcrawler. You don't get the same learning experience. It's nice to be able to, switch out of the seats and do that, but realistically, if that's the case, the pilot will, when they get out, should just get out of the sandcrawler, fly up onto the carrier, and get in the carrier. If you're that concerned about fuel consumption and engine damage, then that's what you should be doing anyway, every time. Nice clean drop, thank you.
Sector weather alert. A large
Ooh,
sandstorm.
the
is
Coriolis
approaching.
storm starts in 5 hours. Very exciting. Yep. Gonna do a few forward and back cuts over this one. No spice wastage permitted. A German clone of me on TikTok. That's horrifying. I've not been on TikTok, really, so I'm happy to stay that way. That clone's welcome to it. A mix of me and Luther would probably detonate. Internal pressure would be too much. But I'm doing good, thank you, Space Raccoon Romac. How are you doing? Classified. Small mic. Yeah, I wonder if I can turn this corner. The bottles! A bottler! Mm. Once again, people implying that I'm somehow like Alfred out of Batman. What's the point in all those push-ups if you can't lift a bloody beam? Some men can't be reasoned with. Some men just want to watch the world do the hula dances. Stars for Tangerine. If anyone's looking for a Michael Caine lookalike, obviously you can't do that job, but I could definitely do a very, very poor impression. Puppies. Also RTB. Good timing. Egg. Nullwolf, are you still on that grind? God damn. We should be okay, I believe. I will run our ads now while we're in transit before we're doing anything interesting, chat. And I will also go to the loo, because I can do that. Yeet, be right back. There you are, chat, precisely where I left you. How is everybody doing out there? Hope you are doing well. It is good to see you. Take the money, watch it burn. Hope you're all doing it well out there on this Monday. Forgot what day it was for a second there, my bad. I'm not sure that one bucket of water is going to be enough. I think you're going to need several, to be real. Work went fast. I'm glad to hear it, Kaibo. I'm very glad to hear it. Let's actually move my chair in so I'm not. Was that? Have a bit of a drink, rehydrate ourselves, chat, you know. the thing that you're meant to do on Arrakis, you know, not die of dehydration. Probably also meant to do that in real life, but, you know. Still not wearing a suspense about, isn't it? That fine. Right, okay. Well, I'm ready to go back out. Spook, what was the question? Why do we need a second carry? There's one here in the base. Whose carrier is that that's just abandoned in the base then? So what do you mean no one can fly? It's what? Yeah. But I'm trying to understand what the problem is here. You and Spook have a carrier and a sandcrawler here. Yes. Why can't you two fly it? Okay, that's the information I was missing. Spook not being here makes a lot more sense. Okay. Was this while I was AFK? Oh, well, by default, of course, I'm not going to listen to anyone because I've got streamer brain. So what you're saying is we need a sandcrawler pilot or a carrier pilot. Okay, well, there you go. I said it's Spook's vehicle. Can Small Might fly either of these? Wait, no. Wait, I can use Spook's sandcrawler. I can give you guys access to these ones. So, yeah. Freya, you can drive the sandcrawler, which you've already got access to. Small Might, you can fly this. I will drive Spook's sandcrawler. Ooh, let's go get eaten by a worm. I mean, oh wait, hang on. It's your first. Okay, if it's your first time flying a carrier, you can be in the sandcrawler and I'll fly the carrier. How about that, Montola? If it was my vehicle, I wouldn't mind you flying it, being the first time flying. Take a piece off the carrier and try reassembling it. Montaro, I assume that you're in the vehicle. There you go. Where were we? Northeast. We were at G. Where were we? Okay. Greetings, Diranar. How are you doing? Good to see you. Oh yeah, Sassy mate, streamer brain is 100% a thing. You shouldn't underestimate it. It's dangerous. The streamer brain could affect you. It could affect people that you know and love. You know, inability to see basic UI, forgetting people's names. The sleep schedule is the really obvious one. When they go to bed at like 2 a.m., 3 a.m., wake up at 10 or 11. and they're no longer functioning members of society before midday, that's when you know streamer brain has really set in. Yeah. It's kind of like a combination of getting old and also becoming a teenager again. We have had no gamba today. We don't tend to gamba on strategic assets like carriers. You might have caught streamer brain. If you yeah, should I play this game or leave it for stream? There you go, streamer brain. If you're there, like, you know, thinking, oh, you know, I wish, if you ever talk to chat when chat's not there, streamer brain. Can it be treated? No, it's terminal. Unfortunately, streamer brain's terminal. If you're going around talking to chat that isn't there, streamer brain's too late. It's too late to be treated. You guys have fun with dealing with that carrier. What's the problem? You need to land it and get out of the vehicle, get back in. That is normally what when the thruster gets stuck on. It is likely that you hit a server border while at like 149 degrees. You would have gotten overheated, but also like gone over the server border in the same moment. That's the only time I've ever been able to do that trick. You just end up with infinite thruster power, but also minimal ability to stop, and no heat. Nope, we are not solo farming. We have got a couple of sand crawlers together. There's 4 of us. Mondheiler, let me send you a group invite. It sounds like sensitive information loop there, but golf won. Justice Plays, we are on a private server. Well, we're on a network of private servers on a private world. We have 15 private servers on a world provided by Nitrado for free for our community, which is myself, my community, Annie Fuchsias, Pirate Softwares, Red Z, Jay the Bard, Helping Hands, Mr. Greggles, like a bunch of people. Winky, Vicky, a bunch of streamers all got together and we were like, you know what, we'll make a private server. Why not? Bunch of people, cool people we know from like TwitchCon, etc. So shout out to Nitrado for that exclamation point server. They provided it very kindly. Base Raccoon Roback as well, thank you very much for your resub with Prime. I can't remember if I gave you a shout out, but if I didn't, congratulations on your bread roll emoji. You have risen. You're a legend. Yeah, Nitrado have gone to bat for us. I really... Dune launched without the ability to ban people from a server. We had a few people who required moderation actions, and we actually managed to work with Funcom, and they found the trick of wiping people's progress and wiping their progress every 6/12 minutes as the ban. So when people decided that they'd rather use racial slurs than listen to the moderators who run the server, they were very upset when their accounts started getting wiped. Oopsie. We're on a servers that are available to the community. You can use exclamation point Dune Discord for our Dune Discord server. That's all the communities together. That's where all of the Dune news, etc. goes. If there's any server downtime, that's where I administer that. That is where you are best suited. What's their name? Oh yeah, that's fine. They can come out. As long as they are spicing responsibly, people can join us with their carriers and crawlers. But if there's any wastage, then I might start firing rockets. Just so people know, you better not be wasting any spice. If you're leaving residue on the sand, we're going to have words. And not kind ones, like bean banana burrito biscuit. A very kind word. I thought that'd be. Yeah, just keep following the circle inwards now. Just making sure that there's no residue on the outside, and we'll just basically make that entire egg go away. At that point, it's half the field entirely cleared with 0 residue left on the sand. Yeah, all we really ask of the Dune Discord server is that people follow basic server rules and like kind of convention. There's an overall culture that people kind of need to get on board with, which is that around resource denial is not something we tend to do. Like I'm all for people PvPing over resources that they want, like fighting someone else because you want to be able to use your sand claws on the sand field. But like, you can't just, you know, you can't just go around rocketing people on fields because you don't want them there either. That's not gonna fly really. People will end up coming together and smashing your face in with ornithopters. For exactly that reason I was just talking about Famaton, because that's resource denial gameplay. We use words before we start chucking missiles around is basically the primary answer. Yeah, well, it's just more of a collaborative deep desert is how I would kind of refer to it as. Have you done a restart of your, like, a relogin yet? No, you don't need to do that. You just need to relaunch from the main menu. So you're talking about 2 different bugs here, remember? Don't treat them with the same problem. Yeah, I will still, if someone tries to interfere with what we're doing out here, then yeah, I will take steps. Like, it's almost like you need your buddies to defend you while you harvest the most valuable resource in the game. That's too much of a hassle, I guess. What do you mean, Tomaton? Yeah. Yes. What's up? The question was what? I can't hear you all if you're talking over each other. Like, try and be coherent, please. I'm flying Spook's carrier, I believe. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Tabby. If somebody shows up on an out, like, if someone says, hey, I'm coming out to the spice field, it's me and the scout that's showing up, then I haven't got a problem. Like, they've given me a warning ahead of time, I know that they're here, like, I know I haven't got to worry. If someone shows up, then I will shoot first and ask questions later, because they haven't declared themselves. Like, we're in a PvP area, this is an operation in a PvP zone. I'm not gonna just like, oh, you'll be fine, because that's not how that works. You need to declare. You mean a slight, like, shadow? Yeah, that's just the area that you've recently harvested. I'm not too sure what that is. So it's not residue, but that's what makes knowing what you have and haven't left behind quite so difficult. Which is real annoying. Then restart your game entirely. Oh, don't call it moist sand. No, this isn't. Okay, it might be. It's the spice enjoyment sand. It's the sand that's left. Oh, I can see spice in the middle. Fine, we can get it. Yes. Because you can get that bit, then that bit, along to here, and then over to this. You can get back into your carrier, yeah, sure. If you know how to. Nah. Nice. The trick is that the carrier pilot needs to feather space while they're doing it. Okay, ready? Switching seats in 3, 2, 1. Switch. Nope. How would spice harvesting work? So what you're doing there is you're basically spinning a centrifuge around so that the heavier sediment separates. So, for example, you know, if you are that big Regis container on the back is basically just a big vacuum drum. The sand is getting spun out, but the spice is basically getting retained. That's the difference in the two of them. Kind of like gold mining, a little bit like gold mining. Depends on where in the world you're doing gold mining. Oh my. Oh my, you're in my carrier, aren't you? Okay. You prepared to do a little bit of spacebar pressing in a second. Why do I have no access to my own carrier? Oh, did we switch out carriers? No. Oh, goddamn. That's funny as fuck. No, that's somewhat. What? I wasn't aware that Small Might and Freya had headed back to base because of a bug on the carrier. So it was a different carrier of another community member who's joined us. Oceanside Waffle, you likely need to either press Control F5, you either need to have less streams open on Twitch, or you need to have, like, relaunch your browsers, because that's... If you've not already got these drops, you should have been getting progress. There's no reason that you shouldn't have been, because the drops are showing as active for other people. And if you're getting progress in another drops campaign at the same time, that will sometimes cause a problem with it. I've seen that happen with Fallout 4. Not Fallout 4, Fallout 76. The Twitch drop system can be a little bit finicky, so... Gotta go and hunt down my errant carrier, which is apparently causing bugs for people, which is quite funny. What did you do to my... Oh... You repainted my car. Didn't want to believe it. Fine, that'll do for now. This will also break midway through, I reckon. Oh, nice. Final tick. Now let's go see if we have a driver issue or an actual vehicle issue. Let's go see. Whee! Back to our favorite place. The field of spice. Sassy May, no, your character's inventory always stays the same at 175. What changes is the vehicles you can take with you at all times. The vehicle realistically is always going to be your inventory. So, you know, this, you have the sand bike, then you have the buggy, then you've got the scout ornithopter, and finally you've got the assault ornithopter with 2,000. That is realistically your inventory. If you're doing something that requires large inventory, take the largest vehicle available to you, which you can reasonably take. You then get up to stage of you've got a carrier and a buggy, and you can do all kinds of messing around with that. But realistically, your vehicle is always going to be your inventory expansion. That's the way the kind of progression goes. There's already enough inventory magic with the fact that this is two liters volume, but holds 3 liters of liquid. That's already suspicious enough with water. Physics doesn't really support that. Whoop. Why is my camera not turning back on? We are back, chat. Thank you for bearing with through the ads. What we have found is that while we were flying out there, the grandfather worm has reset, so we are going to move on to the next field. We just need to get back to base and scout for it. Ooh. You can Oceanside Waffle, yes, because you can go into vulture mode in that situation that you're talking about. Not with an empty crawler, no. If you've got the crawler, then no. But if you've got an empty carrier and you've got the crawler like in your inventory unassembled, then you can fly faster. Whee! Yeah, once you've got the Mark 6 Ornithopter, you're never really going to want to go back. I'm going to be real with you. It doesn't feel... When you go back to using a Mark 4 Scout, you're like, oh god, what is this? What was... So when we've done the playtest and we've been flying around in Mark 6s for a while, and we came to launch, when we got back to using a full like Mark 4, we were like, oh god, this is... oh no. But hey, it's nice to be back. And once you get your Mark 6, it really does feel fun, because the Mark 6 Scout is just incredibly agile. Whoop. Time to hydrate again. I feel like I'm stuck in a box. I may try plugging in a controller at some point and just learning how to fly with one, because I think it's an interesting skill. We we have some new emotes coming, chat, as well. Exciting. We have a location on the next Ringmouth chat, so we are heading on out there. Ringmouth City this week. But we're doing as much spice harvesting as we can for the group, get everyone a bunch of spice melange, get them sorted. Then next week we'll have even more carriers and crawlers in the belts. What? Spice maxing supreme. And I know it's a Monday, so I'm also aware that we are going to have to transport all of this back across, so likely later there'll be quite a lot of runs back and forth to bases to be done for people. Which is always fun, of course. I'll need to strip down the Deep Desert base at some point. Once the Coriolis storm starts, that's generally when we tend to start stripping our bases down. So we've still got a couple of hours left. The spice must flow, indeed. The Emperor will not know that I'm building a reservoir of spice that I can jump into and swim around in like Scrooge McDuck. Spice McDuck. Yeah, Dune Dash, Kawaikos. Yeah. Just a single. Hockey docky. I'm grabbing the carrier now. Zoom, 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 zoom. Well, welcome on in. How's it going? I mean, Sassy May, your level will go up over time as you get things like ornithopters and as you level up within the game. I would say treat leveling up to be the secondary that goes on while you're doing other activities. Like, you will find that your XP slowly creeps upwards no matter what you're doing. Just do that. That's what I would say. Nope, we've not had this week's Coriolis wipe. No bullets, never. How much time? About 12 hours for us, for our server. Remember that we've got different server timings depending on where you are in the world, so your wipe might be far sooner than ours. I wouldn't assume based off of ours. Like, this is an NA East server. Why the warning then? Which warning? The 1 hour one that Coriolis was going to wipe. We've got the 1 hour before the Coriolis storm starts building. That's different. We'll see in 3 minutes, but it'll tell you it's towards the Coriolis storm starts building. So the Coriolis storm starts building up, but the peak of the Coriolis storm is when the wipe is. Can we get in? Come on. Quick, 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 quick. So it's just a few hours. The Coriolis just finished to gather. Then few start. Bullets. That's not English. Sorry, I can't read that.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
There you go. A Coriolis storm build-up starts in 4 hours. Base shields will deactivate during the storm build-up. At that point, there is a countdown until the peak of the Coriolis storm. If you want to know when the peak of the Coriolis storm is, you can use exclamation point planetologist, or no, exclamation point DD map, and it'll tell you at the top of the screen how long you've got until reset. You just need to know which region that you're in. There is no real way to, no, there's no real way to guarantee keep your assault safe other than knowing where you can park it so that it counts as sheltered. Like, ultimately, when you're using an assault, that is the risk that you're taking, is that it cannot be stored. No, Planetologist is just a website. I wish I had $1 for every time somebody tried to give me advice on how to sandcrawler at a slower efficiency. Nope. Yeah, the assault can't be stored. Yeah. Yeah, you're looking for methods of hiding your assault thopter in the terrain, like in arches, that kind of thing, in hidden kind of overhangs like that over there. That's what you're looking for to try and keep your assault safe. Just remember that you can't fly off the side of the You jumped out of your thopter to compact to harvest at the same time. Why? How are you doing that? I have a theory. Don't interact with your crawler. It doesn't look like it's working. The crawler, unfortunately, I can't drag it over the sand. That would have been too convenient. This is fine. Okay, now we drive. Okay, you're gonna get into this carrier. Okay, you need to. This is okay. Hang on, hold tight. Have you got your Thopter on you? Roll your Thopter and get into it if you can. Okay, go. Let's go back to that island. You need to do a full game restart. That explains the broken state of this vacuum. Your character is caught in a bugged state, which is the problem. Did you not restart your game when you were when the sea bug started happening? Completely close your game and restart it. I'm looking forward to seeing our changes to the deep desert layout next week.
Weather alert. A large sandstorm is
Well, that's
approaching.
just brilliant. Don't log back in. Going to climb to height. You probably want to do an uppies fly up to 740 height. We're gonna have to punch through the storm. One minute is unreasonable. And fly backwards. Okay, that didn't reset that visual bug. Yeah, because Sabu, what you did took longer and took more damage. This one I got 1 minute of warning, and I'm waiting for my teammate who's also bugged. Sabu doesn't understand nuance. SMH my head. I'm dis-Sabu pointed. Don't get in the sandcrawler. No, don't get in the sandcrawler. You're gonna get in the carrier. Don't have access. That's... There you go. These... I think you, you might be looking for an option in your settings called planar lock. Escape settings under gameplay, it's just kind of down here. Planar lock. You're gonna want that on. That's gonna help you. This is a very, very useful thing to have. Planar lock is pretty solid. When you're in hover mode, it means that you will only go up and down by pressing the up and down buttons. On... You are very welcome. Yeah. I'll give all the best tips here. Planar lock's my favorite setting. Puppies. Bloody cucumber. If you want to drop me, you hold shift while you're carrying me, just so you know that. Wait, no, that's... You hold whichever key would put you into vulture mode. Planar lock is like, you don't want your car to dive down into the road when you're driving. Otherwise, it's basically following where you, like, you know, it'll be like your car following where you look rather than when you're telling it to steer with the steering wheel. That's what planar lock basically is like. It should be on by default, in my opinion. You're going to turn planar lock off. Okay. Good luck with that. You're going to turn it on. Okay. Well, yeah, because when you're with the carrier, you're constantly looking around for worm threat. You don't want your carrier to be going up and down, looking as you go down to look at the, you know, your sand crawler. Uppies. You've lost the crew, don't want to do that again? Yeah, it's definitely not something one wants to repeat. I need more young Sparky blueprints. Got off 7 this week. I might go do that later. The other button that's good to know about in game is F6 because it disables your UI, and if you ever accidentally press it, you shit yourself. Not in a vehicle, no. I like how all of the vehicle pilots were like, "Yeah, I'm gonna press it, turn off my UI." It's it's F11 now, apparently in a game. Not, nope, still not. Mine was F6 still on foot. I'm glad to know how consistent it's working. Uppies. 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 There he is. Big ugly bitch behind us. UF11's the stream, not the game. Okay, nice. No, you can do. Drop me. Ah! Drop me. Release me! Rah! I must spice. A spice calls for me. I'm not spice dependent, I'm just a spice enjoyer. I'm a spice enthusiast. James Brown, we will miss having you here, but I hope that you are taking it easy wherever you are, bud. A connoisseur of spice. A melange magnate. Yes, you definitely should. Heavy machinery is actually easier with spice because you can see all of your timelines. Unfortunately, I've got a chronic anti-Fortnite condition that means I can't do that, James Brown. Waving to my fellow driver. Yeah, chronic condition, exactly. Yeah. A Dune trucker stream with this music? Exactly, Ken's right. That's the vibes we got here. Welcome on in, bud. How is the end game? If you have played through to the end game and you're waiting for there to be more content, then the end game is not good. If you have not yet got the game and are wondering whether there is an end game, by the time you get to the end game, there will be, because they are now working on the end game based on their roadmap. After the first content release, it was fixes, which is what they're working on, and quality of lifestyle, which we've now got on the PTR. And we're now looking at long-term endgame and lands route changes. So depends on where you are in the life cycle of the game. New players, you probably can play this game now for a good 300, 400 hours. When you get to you know, end game area, it'll be ready. Uppies. Uppies. Well, RTB. Fly back now. Oh wait, we didn't lose the Yeah, we've got some bugs on the crawler, so we're heading back. No, we didn't lose the crawler. See, both of them are here. This one's still going, you see? Still, still chewing sand. No, just fly back. Honestly, we're too bugged to be risking it. Oh no, it doesn't matter. You can fly over that. You're fine. Close, but no loss of crawler. Just I had to bail because I'm fully geared and I did not want to get eaten. Oh yes. Let's get everything else sorted first before we fuck around doing that, bud. Like, we've got carriers in play, we've got bugged characters, we've got all kinds of problems. Don't get distracted by shiny loot when there's other stuff going on, dude. Then we lose stuff. Gotta take those risks carefully, and right now we've got a bunch of stuff that isn't working right. Good, the armor vendor is the correct one. Because who wants range weapon? Like, it's just a waste compared to the rest of them. Well, remember, I'm just... Oh, hang on, let me mute the Discord. Remember that, like, the hardcore players might just not be winning on the balance of the 20%. It might just be that you guys are back at a back and forth go, because we were, you know, we were like 11-1 the other week, and then the week after that, the Atreides are right back at it. So I wouldn't assume the worst yet. No, don't align the guild. But don't align the guild one. If they hearken, then they should come join totally normal neighbors, realistically. Other than that, like, this is where you can have both people in. It's only for the starter. They should go off and join their own groups afterwards. Just drop it. Hold shift. Hold shift. Hold the A button, whatever it is for you. Yeah. There you go. That's fine. No, yeah. That's fine. Oh god, that was... Just get out of the vehicle. Just get out of the vehicle. I will take over. Right. Go and check down here. Just fly. I'm just going to fly a full sandcrawler back to the B band and help Sabu out. I mean, those of you who have helped with harvesting, make sure you take, like, just like grab an assault full and take it home with you. Like, and, like, start unloading. That's what I mean. Like, you might as well take your shares. Helps get you guys started up in the game. I don't really care that much. Rather be enabling you guys to be able to make your own refineries, etc. Oh, okay, cheers, Sabu. Catch you later, light guides. Useless. Very respectfully going to land on the roof. This, I can easily find the roof, so I haven't got a problem. It might upset Sabu, but this is where we're at. The right side are empty. He is empty from sand. If that's the case, I'm going to leave this sand crawler here. I can go there for now. It's a Sabu problem. Oh wait, hang on. There you go, we'll do it like this. Yeah, that's fine, like a golf. Oh yeah, I thought that was me. Yeah, that was me. What's new, Thurston? I don't know. What's new with you? Is there a Thurston 4 now? Have we found the fourth Thurston? Hmm. What are you upset about? Oh, okay, Luther. We'll have to do some. We'll have to go and make some friends. Wait, before you leave, have you made sure to take your share of the spice harvest? Okay, good. Fine. In that case, thank you for coming and enjoy your sleep. Another 18 patches of melange. James Brown, did you help with the harvesting? If you help with the harvesting, you get a share. Yes, Sabu, your share can be 1 sand. Correct. Thank you, Sabu. Thank you for volunteering. I love it when people, you know, negotiate their own salary and they're so clear about what they want. Thank you, Sabu. Appreciate you, bud. If you support emotionally, you can have some spice residue. How about that? Yeah. 1 melange and you have to take 10,000 spice residue. Does anyone actually want spice residue? Because I will bring it. I will genuinely bring it to the base and give it away. I will trade a full ornithopter of spice residue for a full ornithopter of bodies. How about that? That's just easy money. That's just easy. Like, who wouldn't want to take that deal? Who wouldn't like something that's like spice, but we've got a lot of it, and wouldn't want to give us free friends, which are so easy to come by and saves me so much time. Hello, sir. Well, first, I'm very glad that you're doing all right. Bailey is good today. Okay, let's do it this way around. Does it help if we help by providing you entertainment? Yes, technically. I will let you know first. I mean, that's future content, you know, like I need to have, like, there's all kinds of content I would love to do long term. Like I would love to do content where I go away for a week and I go take myself off, like just dump myself on a desert island somewhere and like just like not try and survive, but just like record it as content, like do survival stuff. Because that's what I'd love to do. That'd be great fun. Literally, like make a fire. Like you actually just go with like a knife, and that's about it. That's basically like knife the clothes you're wearing, that kind of thing. I would do, well, Australia would not be the first place that I would start with survival. I don't know where I. I mean, there's nowhere good to necessarily do survival as a whole, but like Australia has a bunch of very unique challenges to it. Most notably, heat stroke. That thing is rough. No, any kind of snow environment would not be where I would want to start off doing it. You can have a full thopter of body. You know what? I'll give you a melange for a full thopter of bodies. How about that? Dune Awakening. Play Dune Awakening from the middle of a desert inside a still tent. That would be deeply funny, wouldn't it? Funcom, please fly me out to the Sahara, and I will play. I will wear a still suit, and I will play Dune, and we'll see how long I can do it before I die. I mean, before I need the help of the Fremen. If I was going to start off, I would like to do. I would like to do like Coral Seas, like Pacific Island survival. Hit 1 million spice yet? No, we're at like. Actually, we probably have harvested 1 million spice this week. Actually, thinking about how many people we've had involved, how many spice fields we've cleared out. I'd be surprised if we haven't done 1 million spice this week. This week is 2 million. Yeah, there we go. Ridiculous, but fine. I don't need my crawler and carrier flown back out. I don't need my crawler and carrier flown back out to E, so don't worry about it. Don't need it. No, I don't want to fly back out there. Let's do that. Whoop. Not that chest. This chest. I haven't been here all week. I've forgotten the layout of the base because I haven't been here for a week. It's quite funny. Okie dokie, Sabu. I love the sound of smashing into the world border. It's perfect. Why is the update 8 gigabytes? What update? The PTR update's probably quite a lot of changes. I haven't seen an 8 gigabyte patch today. I have no idea. No patch for you? I was hoping I would grip it and could use it to turn. So we've massively used this today, like this week, but we've absolutely ragged the Regis spice container. Wild. We'll make a new one this week. You'll like to see a new one tomorrow on the stream. What's that, Sabu? You left something in the base and I've dismantled it. Yeah, in one of the chests that remains is a bunch of plastinium still. Just grab the plastinium out of it. It's 2 melange per. See, I understand that Sabu would have a problem getting plastinium, because plastinium's only in the deepest parts of the deep desert, you know, where you have to take risks to get the highest tier of resources. They wouldn't do anything like give you access to a shitload of plastinium in the A band. No, never. That would be ridiculous. Therefore, I completely understand Sabu being short of plastinium.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
I mean, all of the new assets, all the new areas, all of that new stuff that was introduced as part of the DLC, like, I could see that taking 8 gigabytes, yeah. That made sense. Is Coriolis Storm affecting map apart from Deep Desert? The Coriolis Storm brings about weather patterns on the Haga Basin map, and it does reset the location of resource nodes in the Haga map. So it resets the resets a bunch of things inside Haga, but it doesn't damage the bases inside Haga in the same way. My thoughts on the upcoming update: most of them are good. There's just one or two in there which I think are ridiculously bad. The inability to fire the rocket launcher without it being targeted is like, okay, you're taking this machine and you can't complete the firing unless you have a thinking machine inside of it. If you can't dummy fire a missile, there's no point to them. You need to be able to dummy fire them. They're actually very important for base raiding. Yeah, you can continue questing. Just remember that the server restart happens at the peak of the Coriolis Storm, so you're fine. Yeah, you can keep questing inside the Haga Basin. You just remember you'll have limited visibility. How are you going to warning shot people after the patch? I know, I'm going to have to use the las gun. I will say to devs, you need the ability to fire the rocket. The missile launcher has to be able to be locked on to something like to be fired dummy fire, because you've got to be able to use it for base raiding. Otherwise, why would you have it's just ridiculous. I'm not sure what they're trying to fix. Oh, look at that nice tidy Atreides base. Look inside to know you're not a victim. Would be sad if a rocket hit that base. I mean, yes. This is what I mean. Like, what if they reintroduce the rocket? Well, exactly. Like, nah, because that's ridiculous. Like, just give us the ability to rocket launcher with or without, and have it be a fire mode. Make us change fire mode. Also, they were talking about that being done to the rocket launcher, and that the rocket launcher would only be able to guide on, but there is no such thing as a rocket launcher. It's a missile launcher. The rocket launcher, which is not handheld, is on the assault ornithopter of the scout, and it fires rockets, which are unguided. So the whole patch note was just a mess. So that's one of the ones I don't like, but it's a test realm, and I'm hoping there's feedback enough that that it's bad. People just won't use them anymore. You won't be able to use them in PvE in the same way. Yeah. How long is the lock-on time? The lock-on time is not that long, Raphael. It's just very, very short-ranged. which is a real problem for a rocket launcher where you're going to want to fire it from far away. Like, I rely on skill to fire my rocket launcher from further away, and then, based on their movement, hit them. If I can only target 300 meters away, then there's almost no point to using it, because at that point, I might as well just use the las gun, which has a range of about 600 or 700 meters. Congratulations on reaching Duralament tier on Henry Morgan. Good job, Hades Gamma. Also, yeah.
Lizard.
Okay, so you just can't use correct grammar. Sabu, are you telling everyone in comms that with 12,000 melange, you're only allowed crumbs? You only get to skim off the top occasionally. You're so hard done by, Sabu. Oh no, only 12,000 spice melange. Poor you. God, let's get a really small violin. Gee. Christ. 12,000 melange. Scraps. Have Sabu cleansed of brain with spice. More spice required. Have you swum in your melange yet? You need to do that. It's important. It'll cleanse the brain out, don't worry. Sabu, you need your melange bath. Where's my bloody violin? Oh, I'll be right back during this. Let me go grab a drink quickly. Chat, help me! I've been stolen by Bailey. What do I think about removing rockets from scouts? I don't think there's a problem with scouts anymore, is there? I thought the rocket problem with scouts has been solved. We've dealt with it. Scouts get a massive speed reduction. What's the issue now? Sorry, what? I'd be fine with the Vulcan cannon. Yeah, why not? If you can give me a scout that'll do like a machine gun, even if it's a fixed gun, like I have to fly to be accurate with it, and I have to fly over my target. I'd be down with that. We've had ball turrets for a long time. Why can't we have, you know, wing dart launchers? If you think about what you can carry as, you know, a thruster is obviously propulsion plus stuff. Like storage is obviously, you know, like a large enough area. For the same size of space, you could definitely make a smaller ammo container and a machine gun in the same space. We know Thopters exist with guns, so it's not a problem. The Thopter should be able to have a controllable like weapon used by the co-pilot. And I strongly think that the carrier should have two ball turrets, a top and bottom ball turret. Give me a goddamn ball turret. Oh, be great. That's not I mean, I wouldn't really call that parking. Oh, hello. Hello, you didn't even just stop and say hello. You just ran straight past me. Look. Little tail. Little tail. Are you troublemaker? Aren't you? You've been sleeping on my sofa for like 6 hours, and now you decided you want to go outside for a bit of an investigate. Yeah, you're a good boy, aren't you? This is Bailey's tail. This is what he made earlier. He decides that he likes the window more than he likes the cat flap. It's probably the whiskers or the head. He probably doesn't like putting his head against it or putting the whiskers against it. Hi. Hi, you coming through? Okay, you're coming back. Hello. Ooh. Hello. Hi, baby boy. Hello. Yeah, who's a good boy? He is indeed a meow meow. He'll just sit here until he decides he wants to go out the window, or he'll sit and have a nap on this once the seat's up. Hi. Yeah. So you can see my status behind my face with this. He doesn't eat Muad'Dib. He just tends to... Not on the desert. He's not a desert hunter. He's a grasslands hunter and a forest hunter. Yeah, suburban hunter indeed. He's 15 years old, so like he's not young. He's just a sweet prince. He knows he's a sweet prince too. Last night I was lying in bed and I was woken up by the fact that I tried to move my legs, and as I had done so, they hadn't moved properly and it had shouted at me, and it turned out that he had basically fallen asleep like where I was lying on my side, like between my two legs. And he was just like bundled up and he was just like, what has happened to me? I don't think he hunts Subarus. He's not a big fan of cars, which I'm very, very much a fan of. I like that he avoids them like the plague. Except when I've been away for a day, like when I go to TwitchCon and I come back and he sees my car, and he's like, "Hello, this is mine. This is you are the human. I've been waiting for you. This Uber is for me. Hello." Hi. Hi, little guy. Yeah. Meow. Thank you, B. After that clean, I've now got loads of cat hair just floating in front of me between me and the camera. Oh, he's definitely a game developer. Yeah, look at him. He's developing games right now. This is all just part of the annual, I say annual, the weekly Deep Desert Strip Down so that we can retain as many resources as possible. Ugh. medium fuel cell. I feel physically unwell. I'm allergic. I'm chronically allergic. Let's grab some fuel for next week. Say next week, tomorrow. Obviously the most important day, Deep Desert Reset Day, on when we're meant to get new Deep Desert layouts, etc. Very exciting for everyone, I'm sure. I'm sure I'm not the only person who's very excited. I'm probably the only person who's excited. Allergic to spice? I wish. That would make things a lot easier. We've got a lot of melange and we want more. Life would be simpler if we had a simple melange allergy, but alas, we don't. Okay, 500 of those, that's fine. Gives me a bunch of that. We're not quite there yet, the Sporkster. We'd have to wait for the storm to hit so we can get everything shieldless. But there's a few things we can go grab. Have you just curled up to have another sleep? Is that what you want? Well, that's DB worth, isn't it? There you go, I'm posting the Daily Bailey. Yeah, he's just been sleeping for 5 hours in the living room. He decided that, oh yeah, he's going to come in here while I've got the open window that I opened for him. And he's going to sleep here on the desk instead, because the bed that you can see him on is heated. It's like a heated pad. So it's... I mean, it's not warm, like it's not hot to the touch. Like, you know, I wouldn't use to heat up food or anything, but it's warm enough that it's like, you know, my skin temperature, for example. It's been looted. Sag. Ugh. Oh, you little cat. Right, give me a second. Not anymore. Well, sorry, not on the PTR, because if they change, you know, what they're planning on changing to make it so that you can't dummy fire with the rocket launcher, you won't be able to use it at all for base raiding, which is just going to suck. It's going to be awful. Are the ghoul missions on Haga Infinite? The ghoul missions? I'm stuck on some terrain. Oh, the dynamic, the dynamics, so they'll keep on respawning. Yeah, you should get a bunch of them. Can't get behind this anymore. Now they're level 200. I mean, what's the point in doing them? Would be my question, because no, Luther, but our fuel is 200, that's why. What they're saying. Sweet little duck. You're a good boy, aren't you, Bailey? Yeah. Yeah, you're a good boy. Do you want me to shut the window? Is that what you would like? Micro, the drops are currently live, even while the ads are on. So you should be, you'll also be getting progress on that, don't you worry.
Shield off. I see someone. Enemy found. Eyes on enemy. Huh. Huh. Yeah. Target down. Eyes on the enemy.
Bro, do I really want to do this? Yeah, I do. Yeah, Foxtrot 7.
Shields on!
Huh?
Where's my reinforcement? Kill them.
Pepita, thank you very much for that resub at 4 months, bud. I really appreciate you. Really love the support. Thank you for being here, dude. You're literally just throwing rocks at me, bird. Like, it's not... Ooh. Scary. It would be nice if my health regen would start up. That's meant to start any time now. Or no, okay, health regen being bugged is gonna suck. I have no idea what happened there. What the hell happened there? Did you guys see me stand up in midair? That was really weird. Nice. Wow.
Found you.
Yeah, remember, we're in a PvP area, even though we haven't seen another player around, and we now have to, you know, stand around for a minute while we wait for no real reason. This is a real strange thing, yeah. Okay, we're now just going to use maximum prejudice. We'll probably run out of these, but hey, be fun, right? I'm guessing, yeah, for some reason the shield break made me do a weird stand-up animation, and then I died for that. Okay. They're out this side. Okay, tried to run away there. It was kind of weird. Another one dead. Okay, that well, sounds like you're using hacks of some kind, so we're not going to play fair either. Just that simple, really. Okay, I hate... Oh, stairs are the worst. Fine. It might indeed be a bit of big and rich. I realize how much I hate doing these areas. Fake ID. Yes, it is actually my shield breaking, which is awful. Oh. Let's see if I will survive this. Just about. What is this stuttering I'm doing? That's the worst. Okay. I really hate the terrain issues and the glitching and the bugging I'm getting. It's making this so difficult. Ugh. Oh yeah, you can still shoot through that even 6 months. No, 3 months after launch, or do that. Right, okay. Still can't target this guy. I'm not convinced, chat, that we'll actually complete this dungeon. With the performance issues I'm seeing, the fact that my CPU just spiked up to 85% out of the blue. I'm not massively confident, so we're going to give it a go. I've made a bit of an error by putting that down there.
Help! Found them!
Okay, this guy's a bit more active than normal. Okay.
Eyes on the enemy!
Just unlimited chains for this guy, apparently. Okay, don't kill the heavies, just kill the melees. Oh, okay, no, we just got them the enemy spawn. Okay, that was close. We've already died then. Try and bully this guy to death. Nice. That's not cover. The trick ultimately, chat, is just basically trying to work them all down. Trying to basically do one after the other, focus on the targets. Try not to get too heavily drawn off. Okay, what have we got left? Wait, who was that explosion? Was that one of their grenades? Oof. It's a spicy down there. If that shield goes down and I have no stamina, immediate death, chat. What happens there? Yes, take all the time you need to reload, that's fine. Oh, we can do this. Wait, where did the ranger go? Did he run away to heal? You haven't got poison on you, you will soon. You have poison on you. No. Oof. Yeah, let's do this again. Really? Okay, another melee down. The last shot I can spare for this wave, I think. No, it's not. Fuck it. What's the point in saving a resource if I die?
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Whoa, does the turret no longer help? Not really at this point. It's not providing enough damage to get through anything's shields. Retaining the stamina is actually more useful at a number of the stages for that. It's useful intermittently. Remember, this is only halfway through as well. Get over here. Okay, let's keep going.
Shield on. Eyes on hostile. Empty.
Really? See, a little terrain bug and it wastes my entire cooldown, which basically throws off a bunch of other things. Yeah, like that. That was a lot of melee users. Not my favorite thing to deal with. Okay, let's take you out. The melee guys will be here soon. See what I mean? Regain resources. I'm hoping that was the ranger that just died. But I don't think it was.
Target found. Target found.
Worth spending the stamina on it. Get this guy next. There we go. We're doing it. The challenge will be when we get to the flamethrower round. I'm gonna be honest with you, that's gonna be the really tough bit. Oh, 3 of you, really? One of you has got a faction weapon. Okay, fine. Okay, what have we got left? One down there. Okay, this is gonna work. We've got this. Okay. Reload Dune Watcher while we're waiting. Are you kidding me?
They're coming.
Fine. Come on. Might have taken 4 rockets, but in my opinion that was worth it. They were annoying me. The NPC aim has gotten better, so they'll dial in on me over time, yes. See, sometimes these used to give you, Okay, well, if you're gonna hide on the stairs where you can't get meleeed, I'm gonna stand here as well. Voices are useless when I'm...
Shield on! I need reinforcements!
Eyes on target.
Okay. Okay, game. Thank you.
I got you.
Okay, that one, that one, that one, that one. That one.
Weapon is mine. Get them.
But too long. Come on, regen. The suppression caused by those flames is pretty intense. I'm gonna be real. Makes positioning quite hard because if you get bogged down, that's it. You're dead. Okay. Oh dear. Okay. Okay. Oh, you come in right in the last wave? Really? Dude, no. What are you doing? It was an accident. Oh, no, Wolf. Why? Damn. Missed. God damn. Well, I mean, on one hand, thank you for not getting too much in the way, Noble. On the other hand, I was trying to solo that. It is funny. I'll let you live this time, not Noble. We'll see what you get left as a reward. I'm taking power harness. I'll leave Way of the Miser. How about that? Well, no, if I assume you'll just run it again in a minute when it respawns. That's kind of, I'm guessing, is what you're going for. Let's see if I can do the next the other place I was trying to do. Look at this little sleepy cat. Hello, Arcane Aegison. How are you doing, bud? Good to see you. We'll go see if this is respawned. Oh. You accidentally hit yourself with a collapse grenade and ended up inside. I mean, good job, Noel. I can't run my ads right now, Blinding Knife, so I will run them as soon as I can.
Identify yourself.
I'm on the wrong side. There we go, it's better. Didn't actually take it the first time. Hey, Bailey. Hey! Meow! Hello! It's a beautiful cat. It's a little baby. Oh. Sorry, B. I'll give you pets in a second. Sorry. Okay, now I can probably give you some pets. No, maybe I can't.
Someone require assistance. Backup.
I'm trying to pet this cat. I would just like to pet the cat, okay? Yeah, he's a good boy. You're a good boy, aren't you? Wanted some attention, yeah? Right. Should we shut the door? The window, even? Yeah. Meow. What's up, baby? Oh, that sounds pretty interesting. How's Dune been? I haven't kept up with the Deep. Is Deep Desert still more Oh yeah, the Deep Desert is massively more PvE than PvP. That is still the case, yes.
I see someone. Who's that?
Backup.
Enemy shot.
Missed. Hello, you can... You and your large hitbox can just peacefully pass away. Hi, meow meow. Yeah. I know, Bailey. Unfortunately, this guy's got a Flammenwerfer. He's looking to verf some Flammen. Hi. This is the part where we get in and there's no loot. That would be very funny. Nice. Free young Sparky, as hoped for. Are the heavy holders that difference between the sword and the rapier? Yes, they have different ways that they interact with the enemy. Like, you know, the sword will be a swipe, etc. Hello, meow. Yeah, you're a good cat, aren't you? Standing next to me meowing because you want love. Mwah. Yeah, you're such a big baby boy, aren't you? Yeah. Meow. You want to know what's down there? Look, if I do this, you can probably go and have a look at some point. There you go, you little explorer. Just a little explorer, aren't you? If I move that over there, the window cleaner. There we go. It is illegal how soft cats can be, isn't it? Are you illegal? Have you got a license to be this cute? It's very cold, B. We should shut the window. That's cables. You don't want cables. Yeah, you're just a soft little cat, aren't you? He's a soft baby. You're right. I thought I'd left it back at base, but actually, now you think now you mention it, it might still be an Echo 5, which oh wait, I'm still further across than I thought it was. Thank you, Sabu. I would have been very confused when I got to your base and been like, wait, where did I leave my ornithopter? It would have taken me like a whole extra 5 minutes. I was distracted by the soft cat. Yeah, I'm shutting the window because it's cold. Yeah, do you want to look on this? Do you want to look at what this was? It's an air conditioning unit hose. What goes out of the window, Bailey? Yeah, you want to jump down? Okay, baby. Okay, I can move my, Yeah, hi. Yeah, you want to go look at your food bowl? We can do that in a minute, can't we? Is it I mean, it's not necessarily cold, but it's what, like 10... between 10 and 15 degrees Celsius at this time of year in the evening, so it is lesser, yeah. Less warm, that's for sure. What is that compared to hot dog water? That's like the 40 Fahrenheit? 40 something Fahrenheit, I think, maybe? I don't know. So yeah, no pets, but rubs head on hands. Yeah, different. Yeah, don't worry. I know that people in the US are temperaturally challenged. I don't know why we're going backwards, but apparently we are. Come on. Silly. Ornithop's having a moment. A neighborly gift. They're on the outside bin by the steps of Sabu's base. Thank you. No, babe. Face against everything you can find. Like you wouldn't let me close the toolbox because you like to rub your face on the catches. He's very cute. Oh, is Thor crashed for the day? Is that what's happened? That's, I was going to raid him, to be honest. That makes sense, though. Hi. Yeah, meow. Okay, baby. You want me to go and feed you? Well, Blinding Knife redeemed ads time, so if we run the ads early, once I get back to Sabu's base, I can check out what this gift is, and I can pet this little cat and feed him. That sounds like a good idea to me. Thor is EP and requires the recharge. That makes sense. I don't blame him. He's been outside of schedule on the sleeping. Yeah. You what was this? What is it, baby bee? Okay. A neighborly gift in the outside bin by the steps of Sabu's base in B5. Well, I'm gonna press this button. Hello, Warlord James. I'm just pressing the run the ads button. I'm gonna go and feed this little cat who's demanding feeding because he's been 1,000 years. Hello, Fox and your biscuits. How are you doing, bud? That'll do. Bro, back. Yeet. Hello, everybody. Welcome back after the ad break. Thank you for bearing with us. Oh, we've got friends. Okay, well. I don't really want to do 2 runs, but I'm going to have to, aren't I? Ugh. But I'm Mr. Brightside. How do you repair your hydrolyte, John? You go to a repair station. And make sure it's a repair station, not a recycle station, because we have all made that mistake before. I'm fairly sure that I've recycled a Mark 6 compactor before, or a or the purple still tent. I think it might have been as well. They're just items that went missing when I was doing so. Also, those might have been during the sale of stuff as well. I could have accidentally sold those. Hello, you're back. You've had your snack and you want to come back. For a bit happier song. Hi. Yeah, there's a baby. Yeah, you're a baby. You don't want food. You wanted me to come so you could sit on my lap in the living room. Oh, you're such a goblin, aren't you? The disco option, thank you very much for your resub at tier 1, buddy. Really, really kind of you. Really awesome to have you here. Vice, the final frontier. I just love how kind of prolific Spice can be. You can use it in a number of different memes in different places. It's just great. Are you trying to decide which drill bit to use, Bailey? Are you thinking about using, wood ones for drilling through masonry? You wouldn't do that. You want to use a masonry drill bit, wouldn't you be? Vehicle refuel. Well, I personally would refuel my vehicles with this. Oh no, fine, I won't do that. Demna will get upset and it takes me longer to empty it anyway. Whee! Wait, this side. I love it when the lights in the base are just gone. Oh, nice, that's full. This isn't full. Oh look, the assault ornithopter showing his belly, chat. It wants some. It wants some pets. Hi, beautiful baby. Oh, you're just gonna move a little bit and keep cleaning. I haven't given a full tour yet because it's changing probably tonight. When I end the stream, I'm gonna do some more reworking of my office. Lady, where is all this floof coming from? What? Why are you importing floof? Did you decide that I've hoovered the floof? Now you want to harvest more of it. Space you've got. No. Yeah, it's all your space. Okay. Yeah, you're such a cutie pie. Oh, you've got a squitchable. Okay. You're gonna scritch your tail. The floor is, yeah, I mean, I guess floof is cat spice. You're not wrong. It's just not ideal. Oh. Fine, Luther. Fine. Too many lights and too few lights are just... Now you're just being difficult. God damn it. That's not... fine. Hello, Majara. I'm indeed doing good, thank you, bud. How are you doing? Good to see you today. Yeah, what was that? Big shout. Hello. Such a big baby, aren't you? You just want attention all the time. Oh. Okay. Right. Come on, Bailey. Let's get this done. The office reorganization has been interrupted a few times. I've got some ideas though, so I'm going to do a bit more on it after stream today. And then hopefully tomorrow I'll be in a position where I've actually done all my cable management, which is what I'll want to do tomorrow morning when I'm actually awake. Burn up for me. Okay, weird. Yeah, B's trying to decide whether he wants to use masonry screws or woodwork screws in the wall. He should be using masonry screws, but you know, he's not like a demolition expert. Thank you very much for the neighbors donation though. It's very helpful. 20 neighbors is very nice. One momentum chat. I can't actually press escape and exit the game apparently. Okay, chat. I've been live for just shy of 10 hours, and I want to go and finish up tidying up my office. I've obviously got to go and take care of this little cat. And, you know, I've got a few things I need to get done. So we are going to raid out of here. I am going to raid into the fruits for those of you who have already come across the fruits. I'm sorry, but please enjoy. Thank you all very much for being here today, doing Dune, doing some spice harvesting. We will be back tomorrow for the Deep Desert reset, of course. Thank you all very much for being here, being positive, being awesome, you know, asking questions, chatting away, putting up with me and B being absolute mischief makers. I hope you guys have enjoyed the stream and the spice. So thank you all.